get new tag team champions. I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing Acclaimed finally do it. There's quite a few things that I like that AEW are doing at the moment. And top of that tree, honestly, might be the Acclaimed. The Acclaimed might be absolutely at the top. Another thing that I enjoy from AEW is, of course, BRYAN DANIELSON. Who doesn't? And so Danielson is going to try and become the AEW World Champion for the first time tonight. So we've got that to look forward to as well. Him against Jon Moxley. So we've got that happening. There's also a women's match. So the women's title will be defended tonight. Not as crazy about what we're doing in the women's division. But we've got Toni Storm taking on Athena, taking on Britt Baker, taking on Serena Deeb. There's every chance, there's every chance Toni retains, to be honest. But it could also be Britt Baker. They could go back to Britt Baker because it feels like Britt and Jamie Hayter are on a collision course. So, but saying that feud doesn't necessarily need the title to be involved. So, I don't know. I'm a bit split on that one. I'm not sure which way they're going to go with that. I think it's going to be Toni that's going to retain. I think it'll be Toni, but there is an argument that you could go with Britt Baker. And then you could do Baker defending against Jamie Hayter, which would be very interesting, but maybe a bit soon. I would like Serena Deeb to get it, but I don't think she will. I don't think they've got really plans for her to have that belt, so I don't think Serena's getting it. And I don't think Athena's getting it either, to be honest. If Athena gets it, that'll be a surprise. For me, it's going to come down to Britt Baker or Toni Storm, and I think they're going to keep it on Toni Storm. But my point is, you could make an argument for putting it on a few different people. If you wanted a big shock, then you could go with Athena or Serena Deeb. If you wanted to, really catch people off guard. So, not a match that I'm not looking forward to or anything. But I think probably about third on my list, fourth maybe, of the matches we're getting. Then we've got Claudio taking on Jericho. So that is for the Ring of Honor Championship, the Ring of Honor World Championship. Look, I expect that to be a decent match. Claudio taking on Jericho. So I think match-wise, that could be pretty good. The only thing is Jericho, obviously getting on in age a little bit now, starting to show his age potentially. I mean, I don't know. It's a bit unfair to say that because he works hard. He certainly, is professional and is someone that I think AEW has used quite well, actually. He is someone that I think has really been able to kind of carry on his star power, continue his star power over in AEW. He's been a little bit bubbly, for example. I mean, that was super popular. And also, when he was the AEW champion and his run, the Inner Circle was such a success. I thought that was a big success, actually. Of course, there's been missteps and things like that, but I think Jericho's done a pretty decent job of making himself still that big star that he is, to be honest. So, however you want to carve it up, that'll be a great match because Claudio only has great matches. But, I don't know. Jericho, is it going to be like a 5-star banger? Probably not. That's my point, right? Is it going to be a 4.5-star banger? Probably not. But we might be around 4 stars. We might get to that kind of 4-star range. And then probably the match I'm not bothered about at all is Pac against Orange Cassidy. I'm just not really feeling that one. That one hasn't really grabbed me. But yeah, it's all for me tonight. It's all about the Acclaimed. It's all about BRYAN DANIELSON. It's all about the atmosphere inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. There's lots to look forward to tonight. It's not obviously a big card because it's only a 2-hour show, so it's not the biggest of cards. But I think it's quite. It's quite a strong card, actually. Yeah, I think it's quite a strong card. As I said, the only match that I'm like I could take or leave is Pac against Orange Cassidy. That's the only one that I could be like. But listen, Orange Cassidy's got a lot of fans. There's a lot of people that love Orange Cassidy. Pac's awesome, of course. Great in-ring competitor. It is for his All-Atlantic Championship, I believe. So it is a title match. So even the match that I'm least bothered by is not a match that I'm like, going to be horrified watching or anything. So yeah, credit, man. You got to give them credit where it's due. This is decent. This is very, very decent tonight. And I hope it's a good show, and I hope they get a good rating from it, because if you're going to give us shows of this quality, if you're going to give me something like this on a Wednesday to enjoy, I mean, it's a Wednesday. So, do you know what I mean? It's not like a pay-per-view or anything like that. We just tune into the normal show, and you're going to give me something like this, then I really appreciate that. So, yep, excited. Omar said, why are you hating on Cassidy and Pac? I'm not hating on it. I just think it's not a match that I'm that bothered by. So I wouldn't say I was hating on it. Trust me, if I was hating on it, you'd know I was hating on it. But so it's just, I think, a match that it's a match that feels like a normal Dynamite match. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Like, you could tune into Dynamite any week and you could see Pac against Orange Cassidy. Like, it just doesn't, it feels like a match that could play out on Rampage, to be honest. Whereas Danielson competing for the title for the first time, like, that's special. And that belongs on this card. The women competing in a fatal four-way for the interim championship. Again, that's not something you tend to see on a weekly Dynamite. Like, maybe a one-on-one match, but like all four women competing for the championship, that feels quite special. Acclaimed going after the tag titles definitely could main event a Dynamite, could be on a Dynamite, but they've got such momentum. I would argue they might be the hottest thing in all of AEW right now. So that match feels really special. Jericho against Claudio, that could be on a normal Dynamite. I will admit that could be on a normal Dynamite. But maybe that's why it's probably quite far down my list. I mean, it's still Claudio, who's a great wrestler and an incredible wrestler. And Jericho, there's a lot of history with where they've come from. It's kind of wrestler against sports entertainer. The Ring of Honor titles involved. So, both of those are big names as well. Yeah, I kind of feel like that one is worth a watch as well. Definitely. But if I was ranking the matches, that would actually be quite low. That one would actually be probably just the one that's above Pac and Orange Cassidy. I don't know that anything's going to get me more excited than the Acclaimed, which might not be everyone's number one match tonight, but the Acclaimed is probably my number one. And then it's Danielson and Moxley, because obviously that's for the AEW World Championship. And then it'd probably be the women. Daniel says, I know the answer will probably be no because of the SmackDown reviews now clash, but with it, Rampage, the whole October is live. Toni, with talent back, says he's putting on better shows. So what is your question is, will we watch Rampage? The answer is no, but I would keep an eye on it. If Rampage is going to become if Rampage is going to become unmissable with things that you really need to watch on that show, because no disrespect to that show, it was, fine, solid little thing, but it was not, in my opinion, unmissable. And so that's why, it made sense to do the SmackDown review straight after SmackDown, because, SmackDown's, let's just talk numbers. SmackDown's doing over 2 million viewers, and 2.2, 2.3, around that kind of ballpark. And then you get Rampage that's around 500,000. So the drop-off is, incredible. The drop-off between those two shows is incredible. So for me, it actually made more sense. And I think actually more people watch the SmackDown review in that time slot that we do than when we were doing Rampage. So I just have to go with the community, basically. I have to go with what I think is the right thing to do. And it is a shame because it's quite nice that Rampage is straight after SmackDown. And again, if it was a stronger show, a stronger product, then and it was unmissable and there was that buzz around it again, like there was when it first started, well, we could absolutely go back to it. But that's interesting, isn't it? That Toni seems to be looking at it as well. It looks like Toni is identified as well, that it's not the strongest, or maybe that's not the right way to words it. It's not as strong as it could be. Maybe that's a better way to put it. It's not as strong as it could be. And so he's, if you tell, that's interesting. I didn't know that he's going to look to make it live, put bigger names on it. I just think it needs to have more consequence as well. Like, there needs to be matches that really matter to the story. And it should be that on Dynamite, we get shown clips of what happened on Rampage. And for those that missed it, like, I understand people hate those recap clips, but there's a big difference between WWE playing recap clips all the time and, AEW not leaning on them as much at all. So I kind of feel like the two shows need to be better connected. Obviously, they do promote what's happening on the show on Dynamite, but they, to my knowledge, very rarely, if ever, show you footage from Rampage on Dynamite. Even if it's just a quick little video package, just so that if you missed Rampage, you don't miss out on like a crucial part of whatever the story is. Because the truth is, I don't think stories tend to really progress on Rampage. And I think that's a little thing that could change as well. So, yeah, put bigger stars on. Put like some big stipulations there as well. Make it live. I'm definitely down for that. And like, let's try and carry on some of the stories as well. Like, if you didn't see Rampage, this is what happened on Friday. And then, like, show us what actually went down. And, of course, most AEW fans, if that starts happening, will just want to watch so they don't miss out. And so that would be a way of just bumping the numbers a little bit as well. I mean, it might just be a difficult time slot. It's always been a time slot that's been a bit of a challenge for AEW. It did well at the start because, wasn't it the very first one they brought CM Punk in? So, that was always going to do a big number. But since then, it's been a fairly, gradual decline and then a flat line, really. So it's always been a challenging time slot. So it'll be very, very interesting to see if he puts a focus onto it. What does it do? What can it do? What's the potential of that time slot? I genuinely don't know. So that'll be interesting. That'll be really interesting. Ace said you should start a TikTok for WWE content. Well, Ace, I do have a TikTok, actually, and that has crossed my mind. The problem I've got is that we do quite a bit of content already. I mean, pretty much every day we do a good, few hours at least. So, like, Raw on a Monday, NXT on a Tuesday, AEW on a Wednesday. Thursday's my day for, like, doing research for the weekend. Friday, we do SmackDown. Saturday, we do UFC or boxing, or maybe there's a big WWE event. Sometimes on a Sunday, there's, like, AEW. I am also going forward looking to do some sort of a show on a Sunday night. Probably like the week in review, which I think would be quite nice. Just picking out like the fun parts of the week, or looking back at like the big talking points of the week, and maybe doing that on a Sunday going forwards. Live stream where I have all the images that I need from the week, and we live stream, we chat about it, we look at the images, we just revisit some of the fun things and some of the big talking points. That seems to make sense. So that I can see coming in eventually. That's kind of like the next thing that I need to just work out. But my problem is, how do I take all of that kind of footage that we've already created and turn that into a TikTok? Rather than then having to re-record a load of stuff specifically for TikTok, because it feels like the content's there. All the stuff's there. Everything that we talk about is there. I'd just be re-recording stuff I've already said, really, to be honest, for TikTok. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's another little thing that I need to try and work out. Another little bit I need to get my head around. But it's a good shout because TikTok obviously is one of the, if not the biggest platforms, and my presence there is not that great. But I appreciate it, Ace WWE 2003. There is a TikTok, and I will get my head around it. Rotem said, please read this. If you listen carefully to White Rabbit, you can hear Bray Wyatt's theme playing at 0031, just a few seconds, and just the drums. Yes, to be honest, I did hear that when I finally got to listen to it, because when we played it on stream, I don't think the sound was playing. If it was, I certainly wasn't hearing it. So I didn't hear it at the time. But when I finally got to listen to the music, I don't know that it's only at 30 odd seconds, to be honest. The whole piece sounded to me like the boom, 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 boom. Like the whole thing, like it was very hurt, heal. So, yeah, I don't know. Like the whole thing gave me that kind of like a Bray Wyatt vibe. And yeah, definitely you could get like the hurt heel in there. So I don't know if it's only at like 31 seconds or if it's all throughout. But yeah, I agree. The White Rabbit stuff, I've got a couple of thoughts on that. I mean, look, we can spend as long on it as you want. My thoughts haven't changed. My thoughts are that I don't 100% think this is Bray. That has seemingly upset a few people looking at the YouTube comments. There's some people in the YouTube comments that just cannot fathom how this just cannot be Bray. Like, they are 100% on board the Bray train. This is Bray Wyatt. Anyone that's going to say different is wrong. They're idiots. What are you on about? Can you not see the clues? I've had all this, right? I've had all this. But I've had all this before, where we've looked at like so many different things. Every time Bray changes his profile picture, every time Kyle or someone tweets out, every time the bio changes, every time Bray sends out a cryptic tweet. Do we remember Hell in a Cell poster where people thought they could see Bray Wyatt's Fiend mask in the Hell in a Cell poster? And then that started a load of people saying he's coming back at Hell in a Cell. And then at Money in the Bank, we got the Edge vignettes, and everyone was adamant, well, not everyone, but a lot were adamant that that's not just Edge. It might be for Edge, but it's going to be Edge and Bray. And then people got really excited at SummerSlam thinking that Bray was going to come back. Bray didn't come back. Bray wasn't at Hell in a Cell. I saw a tweet the other day where someone was like, I can't believe people don't think this is Bray, right? Like, why do people always doubt that it's Bray Wyatt? And I almost responded to it, but I used every fiber in my body to not, because my response would have been, right, people don't, like you've just said, people always tell you that it's not Bray. Well, up until this point, they've always been right. Think about it. He hasn't come back. He hasn't come back. This person on Twitter said, why do people always say it's not Bray? Like, they were really annoyed. Why do they always say it's not Bray? Because it never has been. It never has been. All this since he's been gone, it's never been Bray. So everything and anything that's happened since he left, all the speculation, everything that you've heard, the theories, the teases, the rumors, it's never been Bray. It's never been Bray. And this person on Twitter was like, why do they always say it's not Bray? Because it never has been. It never was. Right? He hasn't come back. He hasn't come back. So my thought on this is, yes, there is a lot that connects it to Bray Wyatt. There's a lot that connects it to Bray Wyatt. But equally, you can find some things in there that connect it to other people as well. There's things in there that connect it to Finn Balor. There's things in there that connect it to Karrion Kross. I think you can make an argument for this being Alexa Bliss's new gimmick as well. And there's things that you can find that can connect it to Alexa Bliss. So I think that there's a few people in the running. In fact, there's a few people in the running to the point where one of the theories is that this actually is about all of them, and this is going to be the start of a new faction. There's a theory doing the rounds that like Dexter Lumis is going to be Husky Harris, and Karrion Kross is going to be Mercy, and Scarlett's going to be Abby the Witch, and Braun is going to be, I don't know, so whoever else, Rambling Rabbit, whatever. Bray is going to be the leader, and, so on, so on, so on. So there's people that have got that theory that it's actually going to be everyone, and that's why they're all involved. So I've seen that one doing the rounds. The truth of the matter is there's a lot of little things that are connecting, different people. I do agree that the Bray teases for this are very, very strong. I do agree with that. And I don't know if I can say he's the front runner as to who this is. I am not 100% on Bray. I'm not really 100% on anyone. I'm keeping an open mind. I am very much, we've been down this road before. Yes, there's a lot that looks like it's Bray, but I am just going to keep looking at the theories, keep asking different questions, and we'll see where we end up, basically. I mean, like, I got quite excited last night thinking, I think this is Alexa, you know. I really was quite close to tweeting out last night saying, I think this is Alexa. And the reason why is because she made that comment about Bayley being 10 feet tall, and that 10 feet tall line is in the song, right? Which is interesting because that could be a coincidence, but it's quite a coincidence for her to choose 10 feet tall on the very next show that the White Rabbit song had played, yeah? Now, she could have done that on purpose to have got people talking, right? She could be, like, you know, playing the game, if you will. But, like, a lot of them could be playing the game. So she says 10 feet tall. I thought that was interesting. So that could be Alexa going in for herself, right? So if it was just that, I'd be like, all right, fine. You know, that could just be her. But the lights flicker during her match. Now, that's not her. Yeah, that's clearly someone flickering the lights backstage to let you know that either she is a part of this or potentially a victim of this. So a lot of people will say, yeah, it's Bray and he's coming after Alexa, right? A lot of people will say that. I'm not saying those people are wrong. I'm just saying, what if it's Alexa? Like, what if it's not Bray and it turns out that Alexa is the White Rabbit? Because the other thing as well, this whole thing is based on Alice in Wonderland. And Alice in Wonderland is obviously very synonymous with Disney. Who loves Disney? Who's mental about Disney? Who has got Disney actually in her bio on Twitter because she flipping loves it that much? Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss is constantly like at Disney World, Disneyland, like loving Disney. Everything's flipping Disney. And this whole thing is based on Alice in Wonderland. So that makes me go, okay, I can see a little link there. The 10 feet tall thing, I can see a little link there. The lights just happened to flicker during her match. There was another theory doing the rounds, and I again, apologies. I am rubbish at this, right? This is something I'm rubbish at. I see theories, I think about the theories, and then I just never go back to them to like find who actually said it. I think it was like Cookie Kid on Fire, I think, on Twitter, right? But the theory was that Alexa, during her match, sells her left leg a lot during the match. Like and they show clips of her constantly grabbing onto her like left leg, which could be absolutely nothing, right? And it could be nothing. But the only limb that was missing in that Hangman game was the left leg. That was the only limb that was missing. And so they were saying, like, is there a slight connection there? And also, if you think about it, the question, who killed the world, right, is a question. The answer, you did, in Bray's font, right? So in a way, like, you did in Bray's font, could that be Alexa saying that Bray killed the world? Like, who killed the world? You did in Bray's font. Like, so again, that makes me think, is this, who's asking the question? Who is the person that they're pointing the finger at? Are they pointing it at us? Or maybe it's not meant for us? Maybe the you did is not the audience. Maybe the you did is like someone else, and that someone else could be Bray Wyatt. So look, that is just a few things without really digging too deep into anything. That's just a few things that like connect it to Alexa. There's obviously loads that connects it to Bray. You can find things that connect it to Karrion. You can find things that connect it to Finn. So yeah, my thoughts haven't changed. I think because because there's so much in there and there's more clues coming. I'm not fully sold on it being anyone at this stage. One clue that I do like, though, just to throw something to the Bray fans out there, the ones that are so desperate for this to be Bray, they will not listen to anything else, right? And don't be one of those people. Come on, keep an open mind. But for those fans out there like that, I do like that Devil's Hole one. So apparently Bray, back in July, said, does anyone know how to get to Devil's Hole in Arkansas or whatever? And I don't think too many people thought too much about it. Maybe they Googled it. Almost certainly people Googled it, looked on maps and couldn't find anything. I don't remember anything coming out from it. Someone now has actually done it now and found a post from... This is strange, right? Because I can't get my head around this. This one I can't understand, right? So feel free to try and crack this code. But Bray tweeted this out in July. Someone now has jumped onto Google, put it in, and found a forum post on a random website. But this post is from 2005. This is not a recent post. It's from 2005. And the moderator of this is called White Rabbit. And I can't get my head around that one. That's like some David Blaine type stuff that I can't understand. Like, how has Bray tweeted back in July about a really random place? And then on a website, one of the first results that comes back, there's an article about that place, and the moderator is called White Rabbit. And that moderator, that White Rabbit moderator... There are comments. If you actually read the article and then look down below at the comments, you can see that White Rabbit actually commented back in 2005. So this person that goes by the name of White Rabbit was either White Rabbit like back in 2005, or they've changed their name. It did make me wonder if that moderator of this random website did make me wonder, is that Bray? Is that Bray? Did Bray put these comments there in 2005 and he's gone back in, changed his name to White Rabbit now, so that if anyone finds it, it says White Rabbit? I genuinely, that one is David Blaine stuff. I can't get... It could be a coincidence. If it is, wow, what a coincidence. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. So it could be a coincidence. Or it could be that, like, Bray knows or was able to get in touch with whoever that moderator was, and he got them to change their name to White Rabbit so that it kind of connects with this. Doesn't explain... I mean, he tweeted out in July. That's quite a while ago. I think it was early July as well. I think I'm right in saying Vince was still there at that time. And obviously the reports were that Vince wasn't like interested in bringing Bray in. So again, time-wise, it doesn't quite work unless Bray had this White Rabbit idea. Say it's Bray, right? Let's say it's Bray. And he had this White Rabbit idea before. Like, then maybe he was going to look to do something with it, and this was him planting the seed. Wherever he was going to go, AEW, Impact, back to WWE, he was just doing a bit of groundwork at that stage. So maybe. I really want to try and do, and I do still want to do it, and I will try and do it tomorrow, a special video where I'm going to try and write down all of the theories, anything and everything that people are saying. Like, there'll be 30, 40 theories, right? Different things that we'll get a tier list, and I'll just go through each one and go, I like this because of this. I don't like this because of this. I like that one. I think that's good. I can't answer that one. I'd actually put that quite near the top of the theory list, because you've got to always take into account it could be a coincidence. I mean, there's a lot of websites that talk about that, and it just happens to be that one of them is moderated by someone called White Rabbit, but it's still pretty interesting. I'm still like, yeah, I'm pretty interested. So, yeah, I said we wouldn't spend too long on that, but there is obviously a lot to go through with it. Mitchell, hello. Mitchell said, We hear so much the term stars of the future. At what point do you pull the trigger? At some point, you can't fall back on calling someone a star of the future. For example, Ricky Starks. I think they're a star of the future until they've been given the opportunity that their potential deserves. So, obviously, I mean, for example, if they're a star of the future and someone like Ricky Starks, I think we can see him competing for an AEW World Championship. So I think until Ricky Starks gets to an AEW World Championship opportunity, he's still got the potential to get there, which means he's still sort of like a star of the future. He's still got that potential to become like an AEW World Champion. So there's no kind of hard and fast rule, is there? It comes down to like how you personally feel about it. My gut feeling is Ricky Starks has got the potential to challenge, maybe even win the AEW World Championship in the future. He's very charismatic. He's a good promo. He's a decent wrestler, but we haven't seen loads of him like really being tested. He was in that team Taz. He had the FTW belt, and the competition he was facing was not always the most challenging. I think he's been on Dark Elevation a fair bit. You don't see him week in, week out on Dynamite. You do more so now, in all fairness, but there was a bit of a run where, you know, you wouldn't see him all the time. And I think he was in that tag team with Powerhouse Hobbs. So for me, he's someone that's kind of bobbed around like a belt that's probably the lowest rung. I mean, is there a belt that means less than the FTW championship in AEW? I don't know. That's debatable, isn't it? But of all the championships that actually get defended, I've got to think the FTW one is, you know, it's well below the TNT. It's well below, I would even put it below the All Atlantic. I think it's like right down the bottom. So far, he has only been around like the lowest rung of the championships, and he's been in a tag team with Powerhouse Hobbs, which, you know, didn't win the tag titles. And even if they did, that still doesn't fulfill his potential as a single star. So for me, he's still got the potential to have a great solo run, to have this, you know, to show us all what he can do and, you know, get to like the championship, like the AEW championship. Not just one of those matches they give you on Dynamite that's throwaway. Do you know what I mean? Not just like, you know, Moxley versus Ricky Starks for the AEW championship, just, you know, the kind of random things that can get chucked out once in a blue moon. Not that type of a thing. I'm talking about him having a proper run towards, like, say, a pay-per-view, towards a proper championship match, part of a story. I can see that in him. I can see that in him. He's got that ability. I mean, what else does he need? Size-wise, he's not the biggest, but he's no smaller than anyone else. He, as I said, is very charismatic. He doesn't actually get a chance to speak all that much on the mic, but I used to watch him in NWA, and he was great. And he was very charismatic then, and he was being regarded as someone for the future when he was in NWA. So now he's, still being regarded as like a breakout star. But in order to lose that tag, you've got to break out. And for me, he's not going to like be a breakout star, and he's not going to be a star of the future until he's actually really started to fulfill his potential. And so that means a good solo run, a good run where he's taking on guys, picking up victories, and working his way to the title. And then once he actually gets to the belt, you know, he's not going to be a star of the future. He's here and now. I mean, you know, that's it. He's arrived, basically. So that's kind of the barometer that I would mark it against. It's not very clean because, you know, there's a lot of people that never get to like the title. But so, and then at some point, you know, you have to say, well, they're not a star of the future. You know, they've kind of landed where they're going to land now, and that's unfortunately the mid card. And so, you know, it changes then to people that have just got potential. You know, they're no longer like a star of the future. They're someone that's got untapped potential. When that change happens is obviously different for everyone. It really depends how they're being booked at the time. So a lot of it comes down to individual booking. So there's no one size fits all. It's certainly not 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. There's certainly no time frame because everyone's booking is different. Everyone's journey is different. For me, I think the closest I could get it to would be if you think they're going to be good enough to compete and have a story for the AEW Championship, then, you know, they need to reach that story. They need to get to that level. They need to be in and around the main events, competing for the championship, maybe even winning the championship, because some people can go for it and fall short, like the first time, second time. And if it's still within, like, you know, like relatively close distance to them starting their solo run, then I think that's fine. Obviously, if this is 10 years after they've been a solo star, we're talking something different then, aren't we? So yeah, it's not as clean as just putting a time frame on it, but that's probably the closest answer I could give. Mitchell, shout out to you. Awesome Wrestling Wide said, what do you think about Seth versus Riddle in the pit at Extreme Rules? I'll tell you what I think about it. I like it because I like fight pit matches. I think they were quite successful in NXT. I think they do bring a different vibe. They bring a degree of realism because they're very like UFC cage type things. You know, the UFC cage is a cage that's, you know, about the same height as a person. That's what this is. The only difference is this is four-sided rather than an octagon. And, of course, there's the platform on top, which allows you to suplex and do moves off and, you know, do things on the platform. And that platform is like a hard surface, so very unforgiving. So it's very pro wrestling. But I like it. My only question is, how do you do it? I mean, like, are they going to start with the fight pit match and it's the actual ring that we're all watching, and then they've got the ability to, like, break it down quickly and put it back as a normal ring? Or is it going to be a separate structure? Like, my feeling is that because in NXT, I think I'm right in saying it was a separate structure. It was its own thing over at the side. It wasn't the actual ring. It was over at the side. So I don't know if that's what they'll do for Extreme Rules, or if they've got a way that they can, like, start the show with it. And maybe, like, the platform can, like, raise up, like, Hell in a Cell and the cages. Like, maybe the platform can raise up, and then all you're left with is basically a ring with no ropes. And then you just quickly, I mean, how quickly can you put ropes on a ring? I have no idea. So this is obviously all the conversations they will have had. So honestly, the match itself, I think, is good. I mean, who doesn't want to see something different on the main roster? Like, you know, keep innovating. I mean, like, Royal Rumble has been a monstrous success. Who doesn't love the Rumble? And that only came in 88? And that was, you know, a gimmick match. And then, of course, Hell in a Cell, 97. That's amazing. People love Hell in a Cell matches. So they got brought in. Ladder match in 92. That was the first time we saw that. So, you know, innovation and everything was, you know, around in the 90s. But I don't know, maybe it's just me. It feels like we've gone quite a long time since we've seen anything new. I don't know, Money in the Bank maybe? Was that the most recent one? Most recent thing that we kind of got that was innovative on the main roster? I can't really think of anything that they do that we haven't seen, like, before match-wise. I mean, yes, all right, they do those stupid Miracle on 34th Street or you know, Symphony of Destruction match, which is just basically a street fight with musical instruments. I ain't counting those. I'm talking about, you know, a different structure, a different type of match, if you will. And obviously Money in the Bank, the difference there is, yes, all right, it's a multi-person ladder match, but the prize isn't something we'd seen before. We'd never seen cash this in anytime you want type situation, you know, so that was very innovative. So I feel like, yeah, it's innovation and we're doing something different and we're bringing something new to the main roster. And I think that's really good. And I'd love to see them explore more and bring more, not flood it with just stupid ideas, but just, you know, there's other things that you can do, definitely. And so I'm down for the fight pit. My only thing is, logistics. I'm a logistics guy. How are you going to actually do it? Where are you doing it? Is it a separate thing? Or is it going to be that the platform's raised up and then you put the ropes on and then boom, you've got a normal ring? I'm sure they've worked that out, and I'm sure they've got an answer and they know what they're doing with it. But yeah, I'll be interested to see how they actually go about it. So yeah, I like it. If you awesome wrestling wide, if you've not seen any Fight Pit matches, and you have, but for those that haven't, jump on the network, Google search them. You'll find the ones from NXT. There was, I remember Tommaso against Timothy Thatcher was a decent one. And there was one that had Riddle, but I forget who he faced. But yes, they were good. I remember, I think there was one with Keith Lee, actually. And I can't remember who he faced, but I remember that being quite good. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, that one might have been the actual ring. Now I'm thinking about it. Was it Riddle and Keith Lee? I'll have to look into that. That might be an interesting video, actually, ranking the Fight Pit matches that we've already had. And that would be a good way for me to, like, refresh my memory. So, yeah, I might have to do that as well. I might have to go on the network and have a look. Mitchell, shout out to you, says, continuing my point, you can't keep burying stars of the future at any company. Darby and Sammy have had TNT titles, but anytime they're in the world title picture, they're not taken seriously. I don't think that's too much of a problem, to be honest, because I think that a lot of people are saying the same with, like, Austin Theory. And I think the truth of the matter is some stars don't have to be taken seriously, which I know sounds mental, but Austin Theory does not need to be taken seriously. This is a debate I've had with a few people that don't like how Austin Theory is being booked. And my counterpoint to it is that I still believe in is that it doesn't matter. Austin Theory is a heel, just like now Sammy is a heel. And when they become like champions, there's every chance they'll cheat to do it. Certainly if they're heel at the time, which I'd imagine they would be. But there's every chance they'll cheat to do it. And if they do manage to do it and they do manage to win, they'll be doing it literally with people booing, not wanting them to be champions, because the bottom line is people will see them as not being really good enough to be champions. So, like, Austin Theory is someone that keeps losing all the time. So in everyone's minds, well, if he can't beat these people, he's not good enough to be champion. The only problem is he's got money in the bank, so he can choose whenever he wants to cash in. So he can cash in at the best time and actually win the championship, win either WWE or Universal, and gloat about how he's the best. Well, that's going to upset the fans because the fans know he isn't the best. So he is saying something that the fans know is not true because he lost against such and such. He lost against such and such. He's only got that because he won Money in the Bank, and that will irritate fans, and it's meant to irritate fans, and it's designed to irritate fans, and it's designed for fans to not like him and want a baby face to then, you know, restore justice. A baby face that does deserve to be champion can come along then and take that belt off Austin Theory. So I actually think that, like, Theory, as an example, losing all the time at the moment, just as I expect him to lose against Johnny Gargano when they face, because clearly they're on a collision course. I expect it to be a case that will happen, and then he'll cash in. He'll cash in and be seen as an unworthy champion. It's similar to what happened at WrestleMania 31. I believe, didn't Seth Rollins lose? I'd have to double check that. To Randy Orton earlier in the day, and then cashed in later on the night and actually became like the champion, even though like he'd suffered a loss earlier in the day. Like this is a trick that I've definitely seen them play before with heels in particular, of course. Baby faces, you want your baby faces to look like they are rock solid, deserving, working hard, you know, and you know they just need the opportunity, and then they get it, and finally they've done it. They've climbed the mountaintop type situation. But for your heels, you can absolutely get away with them losing and, just irritating the fans. Oh, God, I didn't want this guy. Like, this person doesn't deserve it. Like, that plays a big part. And I actually think that right there is why I've struggled so much with the Liv Morgan title reign after the SummerSlam thing. And I think that's why she got the reaction that she did straight after SummerSlam as well, because that was a champion, I'm sorry to say, didn't deserve the title. She tapped out. And, we could all see that she actually didn't win the match. She actually lost the match. And so as a result, next night, people were like, you don't deserve to be the champion. And so she got heat. And people were like turning on her saying, you tapped out. And she drew heat because it's tried, it's tested, it works. Like, it works. People cannot stand champions that they deem to be unworthy. And she was deemed to be unworthy. Obviously, it's settled down now, and she's picked up a few wins, and I expect her to win against Ronda. And I think when she beats Ronda, that will kind of take everything away because, if Ronda had won at SummerSlam, well, then Ronda would have lost at Extreme Rules. So I think they will give Liv a clean win over Ronda, and it will put that whole stuff to bed. It'll be done. All of a sudden, then Liv is the rightful champion. She did win that match against Ronda at Extreme Rules. No one can say anything. So I expect them to give Liv the victory against Ronda. And I think making it a no holds barred match is going to help because she can use weapons. So all of a sudden now it's not just about skill. It's just about who can grab a kendo stick first and just wallop away, basically. So I do expect them to give Liv the victory. And that'll put that to bed. In regards to Sammy, he's a heel, so it goes back to what I just said. It doesn't matter that he's losing all the time because if he wins the title, if Ty helps him win the title and he's seen as undeserving, that will draw heat. It's guaranteed to draw heat. It's meant to draw heat. And Darby, I would agree Darby is someone that's struggling a bit at the moment. I agree with the Darby one. Darby's a face, but the other thing Darby's got is that he is quite reckless. He chucks himself around the ring. I think he's still seen by the AEW fans as being quite cool. And I think that he needs some momentum. He needs to pick up some wins and he needs to get a run together. It says to me at the moment that Darby is just not in line for a push right now, unless they're going to start a program with him soon and then start giving him wins and start building his momentum and, make that the story. I think they're just he's just bobbing around at the moment. And he's done that quite a bit, Darby. The numbers must show that his segments are so-so and that, no one's really clamoring for Darby to be the guy. And so that's why he's kind of just bobbing about. So I agree Darby's a problem. Darby is a problem. Sammy, I think's fine. Sammy can keep losing, get the casino chip, cash it in, and he could, worm his way to the title as a heel. Different for a babyface. And I think Sammy is a bit of a problem. But, I think Darby is a bit of a problem. But they can change that quite quickly by just giving him momentum and just booking him to actually look credible and actually something, it's that classic something needs to change. I realized that I need to stop being as reckless. I need to dial it down and really focus on the victory rather than, showing off, basically. If Darby was to come out and say that and they would start giving a winning streak, you could easily get him back on track. Because it would explain why he's been going wrong. He's been going wrong because he's been trying to show off. He's a daredevil. He loves taking risks. So if Darby turned around and said, I know now that I need to dial down the risk taking. I know now that I need to make sure I'm not showing off as much. They could easily dial that down a little, just a little, dial that down, and then start giving him wins. And it's kind of like, oh my God, Darby has cracked the code. Darby has figured out what he needs to do. And then Darby can be on a bit of a streak and boom, you'll soon get him somewhere. So yes, he's still got potential. It's just is simmering on the back burner at the moment, and it's really whenever they want to pull the trigger. If they're waiting for numbers, those numbers might never come, because I think he's got his fans, and that's it. And I don't know that there's going to be a massive groundswell for him unless something significant happens. So they're going to have to like take a chance basically and go, right, it's Darby's time, and then give Darby what he needs, which is some momentum, because you are right, he is lacking that. But Rotem said about the video between 31 and 38 is clearly the start of the theme. I'll have to go back and listen to it. All I can tell you is the whole thing to me felt very Bray in its tone. And if you used to ask me right now, I would say that those drums are pretty much all throughout. I mean, there might, when it goes through the rabbit hole and then you actually get the Hangman thing, as soon as the Hangman thing starts, I mean, I don't know. The whole thing felt Bray. So, I mean, I agree. I agree. I think it does feel very Bray in the music. So, yeah, I mean, if we do like a theory video, that's definitely one that I would put in there and put quite high as well, because I think that it has definitely got Bray vibes to it and the drums, as you say. So, I agree. Primo said, with the potential merger, it's a big if, but would it bother Steph Triple H? If NBC was to drop AEW, it's a major steal for a company like ESPN. Would it bother Steph Triple H? It would bother them. The merger would bother them. It would bother them if they've got to go on a network along with AEW, and I assure you conversations would be had. We spoke about it before, like WWE are all about monopoly, right? They are not at any point interested in sharing the pie, right? They are not, that is not their business practice. That is not how they got to where they got to. Yeah. They are all about monopoly, being the only ones. Now, obviously, when they sign a contract, I think I'm right in saying that it's in that contract that they're the only wrestling company on those networks, and that no other wrestling company is allowed to be on those networks. This was something that came out with the MLW stuff. MLW wanted to go onto Vice, which I don't know who owns Vice TV, but I believe that it's connected to WWE in some way. And so they got a phone call from like WWE saying that Vince does not want any wrestling to be on Vice. Vice? Think about that. Like, WWE operate on USA Network and Fox. And then Vice wanted to start showing MLW, and they got a phone call from WWE, and MLW like proper kicked off because that deal fell through. It felt like MLW did not go onto Vice, and it fell through because of the pressure, according to MLW, but according to the pressure that was put on from WWE. So WWE stopped MLW from going on to Vice TV. What do you think their reaction would be if they're then on the same network in the same family as AEW? Like, they will do whatever they can to shoot that down. Shoot it down, shut it down. They will do whatever they can. So if that does happen, I fully expect it to be messy. I don't know legally wise what's in their contract. I don't know where they would stand. Obviously, if there's a merger, I would have to think that, their contract, they would have to re-sign, I'm guessing. They'd have to re-sign with whatever this new conglomerate was, or whoever the controlling party was, because their old contract might be with the network that's now been swallowed up, basically. Like, I don't know. Or if it's a 50-50 joint venture, maybe their contract remains the same, but once it expires, they would then have to negotiate a new one. I don't know. The whole thing would be messy and very interesting. Very interesting. Could they drive AEW off the network? I don't know. It really depends when the merger happens. It really depends how long is left. I mean, if the merger happens early 2024 and the contracts expire at the end of 2024, what I would say is I think that would be difficult for AEW, because I think WWE would put the pressure on and say, we are the only wrestling that we want on this new conglomerate, on this new network, and that would put pressure on them to then not re-sign AEW. And there could be some kind of an agreement whereby those time slots get filled with new extra WWE programming. So on a Wednesday on TNT, you could have a new WWE show, which, you know, just kind of takes like whatever AEW were providing. And WWE would love that. Don't for 1 second think that's a chore for WWE. WWE would love more TV time, because you've got to think then that their contract gets bigger. So if all of a sudden now they've got to fill the Rampage slot and the Dynamite slot, oh God, yes. Or they would love that and more, please. So that's no challenge for WWE. So I think the merger would be a problem. I think the merger would be a problem for AEW, and that is something that I'm sure Toni is keeping a very close eye on. If AEW were driven out, right? I mean, of course, the networks can always stand their ground and say, no, we're not going to agree to that. But then they run the risk of losing WWE. It really depends on how the network responds, because the network could turn around and say, no, AEW does good numbers, we want to keep it, and we're going to keep you guys apart, right? That could result in WWE going, right, well, we'll go then. You can lose us then. And then they could go. But again, it really depends what offers are on the table, doesn't it? If WWE doesn't have any good offers on the table and he's going to be losing money, they probably wouldn't jump ship. But I've got to think that, you know, Disney, Netflix, someone would come in. Amazon Prime. Like, there's so many platforms now that are looking for the kind of content WWE produce. You know, they want that weekly, regular content that's got a ready-made fan base. Like, that is gold. If you think about, like, the amount of money they spend on new TV shows, which, you know, might have great stories, might have great actors, but there are no guarantees that that show's going to land. No guarantees that it's going to be a critical success. No guarantees that people are going to enjoy it. You know, it could be that the show is based on zombies and the zombie fad has ended. Do you know what I mean? Like, Walking Dead might have satisfied all the zombie fans. So there might not be, like, much desire in 2022 for a new zombie show or whatever. So, you know, these kind of networks are having to make these decisions of, you know, do we make a show about the royal family? Do we make a show about lawyers? Do we make a show about whatever? Like, and they have to not only commit to it and make it at a very high cost, but then hope that it's a critical success and that it finds a fan base. That's big risk, isn't it? All of this is big risk. That it finds a fan base and the fans like it and the critics like it and it's the right thing and it's on trend and blah, 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 blah. How about a wrestling company that's been around since the 1960s that puts out weekly content that gets steady numbers that you can actually look at and see the whole history of the ratings? It's got one of the biggest social media followings out of anything in the world and has got an absolute ready-made fan base that will follow it wherever it goes, right? How appealing do you think that looks? Very is the answer. Hence why Peacock went, here's $1 billion. Here's $1 billion for your back catalogue. So, yeah, I mean, I think that Raw and SmackDown, NXT, would find a new home. But I don't know that it would come to that. I've got to think that, like, if WWE want to put their foot down, and, I mean, look, I think they would, but without Vince around, who knows if they'll be as aggressive, but I think they would. Then I think things could get very interesting. Very, very interesting. But if AEW did get kicked off, I'm sure that what I just said is true for them as well. Ready-made fan base. They've been around. They've established themselves. You know, listen, there's streaming platforms that would take AEW. I'm sure of that. Future's good for AEW. They're all right. Right, here we go. We are live at Arthur Ashe Stadium. And here comes the Jericho Appreciation Society. So I'm guessing it's going to be Claudio taking on Jericho. Guessing. Yeah, they're clapping away. Is it Judas? The influencer, Chris Jericho. Here we go. Jericho versus Claudio. There we go. Primo said, how on earth did WCW not find a new home? Well, they did sort of in the sense of, so the network decided that they didn't want it. And then people came in and put in bids for it. And there was a few different people that came in with bids. And Bischoff was going to try and put a bid in and was working on that. But of course, you know, it's Vince that came in and ended up buying it. So I can't explain to you why the networks, I mean, I don't know who was in the run-in for WCW. I don't know who came in for that, but I know that any network WWE was on was clearly not going to go for it. So that ruled them out. And then you had Turner, who had just merged. So that was a merger. So the Turner channels and the whoever he just merged with, was it Warner? Those channels decided that they didn't want it anymore after the merger. So those channels were out. So you'd have to tell me who was left then. I don't know who was left. And obviously back then there wasn't the streaming platforms. So I think the point is that in this day and age, there's so many more options. Because you've got Disney and you've got Amazon and you've got flipping HBO even, you know, Discovery. I don't know. There's so many that there's a lot more options now as to where they can go. A lot more options than there was for WCW back in 2001. Back in 2001, you know, you had, I don't know, because I don't know the setup in America. So it's hard for me to say, well, they could have gone here, they could have gone there. Clearly there was some channels that, you know, didn't want that kind of programming, didn't want those kind of shows on there. Like ESPN are obviously very sports based, and maybe back in 2001 WCW was not the most sports based, you know, if you got the NWO running around and whatever, finger poking of doom and whatever. So I don't know, perhaps at the time the product just wasn't palatable as well to some of the more sports based channels. But bottom line is there were different parties that came in for it, and it was Vince that ended up getting it. Right, here we go then. I don't know who Claudio is. My favorite wrestler, actually. I'm a big fan of Claudio. I think he sang Gangsta's Paradise. Right, Claudio is putting his hand out for Jericho. Lots of O's. To shake his hand. We've got 5 matches tonight. Slapped there by Jericho. David Paul said, fun fact, Vince paid more for his sexual transgressions than he did for WCW. Way more. I think WCW was like 2 million. I think his sexual transgressions, which is a lovely, that might be a great tag team name. Sexual transgressions. I don't know why. In my head, that's Mark Henry and Braun Strowman. That's sexual transgressions. Mark Henry, definitely sexual chocolate. And I don't know why I'm thinking Braun. But either way. Yeah, I think he paid $2 million for WCW, and wasn't it like $17.5 million for his sexual transgressions? Big kick to the side of the head as Jericho spills to the outside. So this one getting off to a hot start. Feels a bit smoky in there. I don't know if that's the pyro and it's just, I don't know, got nowhere to go, but a little bit of like smoke seemingly hanging in the air in Arthur Ashe. Claudio on the outside, European uppercut as Jericho goes crashing into the railings. And we are underway. Do you see my son joining Judgment Day? No, Gordon. I can see your son joining Maximum Male Models. I can see that happening. I think I heard, actually, he was going to be showing off the back-to-school collection the other day. Crowds are extremely loud, says Daniel. Yeah, they're fired up for this. It's good. And it feels significant. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Right, chop coming in by Jericho. Jericho's got Claudio, smashes him headfirst into the edge of the ring. Chop coming in there by Jericho. We've kind of briefly at the start of tonight spoken about the matches and broken them down. I like the platform. So you've got the entrance stage. The ramp goes straight to the ring. So it's one of those ramps that you walk on and then you can step into the ring. But it's like an LED floor, and it's got like a road on it, a road. And it's got like the markings on, like the yellow lines, and it's cool. I can see like a manhole cover, and it's got like I don't know. It's like a sidewalk. I think that's what you would call it. We would call it. Well, it's a road, really. But it's cool. And it's moving, and I don't know why it's moving. It looks like a really expensive treadmill. Claudio goes down. James said, did you see the report that said backstage at AEW the last few weeks has been the best it's ever been? I hadn't actually. No, that's interesting. I can believe that. I can believe that. Because I think where you've got like the Elite and you've got CM Punk, and they're obviously warring, that is going to suck other people in, because they are not going to keep that to themselves. There's going to be conversations that are had. There's going to be people picking sides, and that is, going to affect things backstage. So getting all of that away, I can believe that. Yeah, it's interesting. Big right hand by Jericho. Well, on the outside of the ring at the moment. Big shots coming in. Daniel said the Acclaimed are going to get a ridiculous pop, not just because of how over they are, but because they're from New York as well. It's their hometown tonight, says Daniel. Yeah, man. I hope they do it. I hope they do. I think they will. They just fell short last time, and I think Toni might have realized it was the wrong move. Or maybe he was quite happy with it, knowing, well, we've got Arthur Ashe coming up. But yeah, that if they never had this rematch and that was it, that would have been the wrong move. They are so red hot right now. You got to strike when the iron is hot, because it's hard to maintain that kind of, enthusiasm. Look at Wardlow. Wardlow was red hot. I wouldn't say he's red hot right now. It's still very popular, but not what we saw in the build-up to the MJF feud. That was special. And I feel like the Acclaimed are there as well. Like, it's going to be hard for them to maintain this. I think the Scissor Me Daddy is super over, and, that's not going to stick around forever. The intros and the raps and everything, you can definitely, yo, Lizzie, that can stick around, of course. So I think they'll always be popular, but they just might not be this red hot. So got to pull the trigger, Toni. You've got to pull the trigger. Jericho gets Claudio in the ring, slams him down, puts one foot on top of him, even starts posing, but Claudio gets his shoulder up as Jericho puts his ear out to the crowds and sticks his finger up. As Jericho walks around, someone in the background's got a sign saying, "It's my birthday." What's the attendance tonight? Is it about 13,000? I think it's more than that, isn't it? I believe this is sold out, and this is like, isn't this $1 million or whatever? Let's have a look. Let's see if, I don't know if they've announced the capacity or the attendance. AEW attendance. Grand Slam 2022. Looks like tonight's show will not be a sellout. Okay. Let's have a look. 1 day ago, this is from WrestleZone. It seems like AEW has hit a home run from a financial perspective. On September 21st, the company will return to Arthur Ashe. Ahead of the show, Toni tweeted, this is now the highest grossing event. It was the company's biggest live gate. They are now over $1 million. The first Grand Slam did 960 with 18,300 in attendance. So, look, as a ballpark, we're probably around the same, aren't we? I can't imagine this is going to be less. We're making more money from less fans. I mean, you can always put ticket prices up, but I think as a ballpark, we're probably around the same. So we're probably around 18,000 again. Both guys go down in the corner. Brenton said, I got the Raw prediction right. You did? Yeah, you did. As Roman would say, acknowledge me. Shout out to you, ready for a good card. I think I acknowledged you yesterday, actually, Brenton. We spoke about the Raw rating yesterday, and I said that I was wrong on it. I thought it would hold. I didn't think it would drop any further because it had already dropped quite substantially. But yeah, it did go down again. I mean, not great news for WWE. My understanding is that there was 2 football games, and that was like not normal. And one of them started before Raw started, and that was also not normal. So I don't know. I don't know if that's just a one-off week, and it's because of it being a bit of an exceptional circumstance, or if this is, where the number's going to be now. I don't know. Hurricanrana from the top by Jericho. Shoulder up by Claudio. So Claudio getting his shoulder up. Bill Bird said, what do you think the rating tonight will be? Ratings, they're difficult for me. I mean, I just don't know what things are up against. I'm not in America, so I don't know. I don't know what the sports are on. I don't know if, there could be a monster American football game that's going up against this. So it's hard to say. I feel like just judging it on previous weeks, I don't think 1-3. I think 1-3 is too high. I think they could do 1-1-9 around that kind of ballpark. I think 1-2 might be their upper limit. I think 1.2 might be their limit. I think for me personally, I would be anything. I think anything below $1 million is a disaster. Anything around 1-1 is what I'm expecting. Anything about 1-3 is that's high. That's well above what I'm expecting. So I'm around 1-1. 1-1 to 1-2. I'm around that ballpark. So anything above 1-2, I think would be a big success. Big success. Sharpshooter replied by Claudio. But again, it could be going up against like some crazy big sport thing, which is going to impact. So, yeah, he's got... Oh, look at that. He's really cinched it in. Jericho is trying to get over to the ropes. How long are we into this one? 14 minutes. 14 minutes into this first one. We've got 5 matches, so I don't think this one's going to go much longer. Aubrey trying to get Claudio to step back. Why has she got her hands on him? Jericho went for a kick and Claudio catches him. Gut wrench. Sit down powerbomb. 1, 2. Kick out by Jericho. Kick out by Chris Jericho. Undercover Manager says AEW is overhyped. Indie racing. I mean, seriously, any indie guy gets a few tweets about them and then they books them, i.e. the pizza guy. All he ever does is mention $1 million this, $1 million that. The show is rubbish, end of. Well, it's got its supporters and it's held firm at around 900,000, 950,000. Now, because of all this backstage drama, they've managed to get it up above $1 million and it's stayed there for a good few weeks now. This Arthur Ashe show is a big, big deal. And they've definitely got things in it that are Good, I have to say. I think there's stuff on the show that's good. I think the Acclaimed are good. I think Danielson is great. I mean, I think Danielson's, one of the best in-ring wrestlers. I would agree there's definitely stuff on the show that's not... The whole show is far from perfect, let's put it that way, right? But you can say the exact same thing about WWE. So I think it's got its strengths. I think it's got its weaknesses. Let's go to that super chat. Is that Life of Daz? It is. Look at that. I can tell Life of Daz with just by his profile picture now. Life of Daz, shout out to you, dudes. We've got Jericho putting the walls on. Hey, buddy, sending good vibes. I'm enjoying Grand Slam buffer free on my Amazon Fire Stick. I won't be surprised if they tease Bray at Extreme Rules. Yeah, Friday's going to be a big show. Everyone's going to tune in Friday for 9:23, aren't they? To see what happens. It's going to be, my guess, I think what Wrestle with Andy mentioned, like another clue, another QR code, something like that. I don't expect a person on Friday. So I'm thinking that they're going to give us another clue. And, I mean, that's going to be fascinating, isn't it? See if we can get a bit more of an idea. We got the Cesaro swing on Jericho right in the center of the ring, spinning him around. But yeah, Daz, glad you're enjoying it, dudes. Glad you're enjoying it. Did I do David Paul's? I think I did. Cesaro swinging Jericho around and then slingshotting him over into the corner. Jericho into the center. Big lariat by Claudio as Aubrey goes for the 3 count, but can't quite get it. And so we are still carrying on with this one. This one, not a bad little contest at all. Not a bad little contest at all. Jericho has grabbed the bat. He goes to hit Claudio with it. Claudio managed to catch it. Claudio goes over. He kind of almost bumps into... low blow there by Jericho. 1, 2, 3. Jericho wins. Jericho is the new Ring of Honor World Champion. He connects with the Judas effect, and no way did I expect him to win that. No way did I expect Jericho to become the new Ring of Honor World Champion. Jericho with the Judas effect. He goes down on his knees. Yeah, wow. What? I didn't expect that. At all. But the Jericho Appreciation Society have come down. They're celebrating with Jericho. Garcia's come out. He's got the Ring of Honor Pure title. He doesn't look impressed. He doesn't look happy. There's a lot of love, a lot of support for Jericho, but not from Garcia. Garcia standing at the back with his Pure Championship, and Jericho puts up the 8 fingers. That is his 8th World Championship. Wow. AEW booking, lol, says Kevin. Weird finish, says Bahar Mask. Y2J booked himself to win. That's boring, said Tommy. Scott said, good surprise, I guess, but damn, they did Claudio dirty, in my opinion. Garcia versus Jericho will be good, says Ron. Lone Star friend is not happy. Why did Claudio agree to that, says Heather? I don't know that he had much choice, to be honest. I don't know what say does he have. Certainly against someone that's been in at the start like Jericho. I don't know. Now we see Claudio back to once a month on TV, said Cliff. Joe said, of course Jericho gets a title. LSW said, sorry, why did that title go to Jericho? He's in his 50s and he will probably retire in a few years, and the Ring of Honor title goes to him. Claudio is way more deserving. Well, seems like this has gone down very well with our community. Seems like people are over the... Oh! Acclaimed are next. Forget all of what's just happened. It's irrelevant. No one cares. No one cares about that belt. It's all about this. It's all about the Acclaimed. The Acclaimed versus Swerve in Glory. Sizzle me, daddy. Here you go. It's coming. It is coming. The Acclaimed daddy ass. Listen. We should get one of them as well, shouldn't we? Yo, now listen. Wonder what they'll talk about. They should talk about the White Rabbit thing. That seems to be the biggest topic of conversation in the wrestling world. He lost the Ring of Honor title. It opens him up for the TNT and the AEW World title, says Just Nick. Minty said the Acclaimed are about to get an absolute insane pop. Rose said this is entertaining. I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be good. This was to give Ring of Honor more legitimacy, said BMST. Having one of the champs be Chris Jericho, it helps with the lineage. Daniel said the rating could be unpredictable because the Masked Singer returns, and that's massive over here. I believe you. It's just funny, isn't it? That, you know, AEW Grand Slam has been derailed by the Masked Singer, which I flipping hate as well. We've got that over here, and we got it from you guys in America. Thanks for that. I watched it, and I was like, this is just rubbish. I know it's family entertainment, and it's like for the kids and the family to like, oh, try and guess who it is. But it was rubbish. It's not, I remember when family entertainment was entertaining. Yeah, I can name a load of great classic shows from back in the 90s that were on a Saturday night that were absolutely brilliant. And Masked Singer is not that. So yeah. Not a fan in this house, let's put it that way. Tahil said it's a dumb show, the Masked Singer. Yeah, stick it into the Masked Singer. Of all the things that we were going to lay into tonight, I didn't expect Masked Singer to be that. Soldat says we've got that in France as well. Yeah, it's spreading all over the world. It's basically the modern day coronavirus. It's awful. I think my problem with it is like, it's, I don't know, like our judges over here, like they're trying to be funny with their guesses and everything. It just makes me cringe. And like sometimes when they reveal it, the celebrities are not like the highest named celebrities either. Like, so when they reveal it, you can kind of tell even the people in the audience are like, who's that? They're hardly going out and getting Beyonce or I mean, like, you know, maybe that wouldn't be the best idea because you'd probably be able to tell who that was. But yeah, some of the celebrities aren't the biggest name celebrities. The costumes are good. I'll give them that. The costumes are good. They do good costumes. But once you've seen the costumes in week 1, it's the same costumes every week as well. They don't even mix the costumes up. Guys, don't even get me started. We could lay into the Masked Singer, man. Right, what have we got now? Now, the Acclaimed. Acclaimed against Swerve in Our Glory. Swerve in Our Glory. The champs coming out first. So here they come. This is for the AEW Tag Team Championships. Sonny says, you need to remod Austin. Is in the chat. That's one way of looking at it. That's certainly one way of looking at it, Sonny, that we need to do that. Okay, here's Swerve. Well, that's not Keith Lee, is it? I don't know who that guy is, but that's not Keith Lee. There's Keith Lee. Looked like Keith Lee had gone on a crash diet. It's Fabulous. Fabulous is here. So Fabulous is coming down with Swerve in at Glory. The show just started. Michael Chandler was on The Masked Singer, says Noah. Was he? Was he? The term trailer for a movie advertisement refers to the fact that it was originally broadcast after the film, says Coach Co. Right, here we go. Massive pop. Massive pop. Here they come. I like the 2 ounce and 2 liter of Pepsi line. It's like you're out here looking like a 2 ounce and a 2 liter of Pepsi. There's also a little thing in there in regards to you're more like Swerve in our glory hole, which is a nice line. And also there's a line in there in regards to the new Little Mermaids. Because obviously the girl that's playing that, the woman that's playing that is a black actress. And that seems to have caused controversy, which I don't understand. I don't get that controversy. Does it matter? To me, I mean, first of all, I ain't watching it, so I don't care. But yeah, I don't know. Someone was like, I saw an argument saying about Little Mermaids and about how it's now being played by a black actress, when obviously the cartoon is, a white animated female. And they were like, well, how would you feel? I saw someone say, how would you feel if James Bond was a black actor rather than being like a white actor? And someone just put a picture of like Idris Elba, and they were like, I'd be pretty good about it, actually. Because that would be cool. I think a lot of people want Idris Elba to be the next Bond. But sadly, I heard that he is interested, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to commit. 'Cause it's a long commitment to be the next James Bond. So I don't know who that'll be. It's not me, guys. It's not me. Right, we've got this match about to get underway. It was a good reaction for the Acclaimed. Very good. And some good lines in there as well. Who's the person in the mask? I didn't see who the person in the mask was that came out with the person in the mask. Crazy Cheech said, show Dave some love. Hit that like button. I appreciate that, dudes. I actually forgot to set the like thing up. Oh, I can't be bothered to do it now. We won't faff around with it. That 570 is incorrect. So, yeah, we haven't. I don't think we've got that many. But, I mean, I would imagine there's probably a few more people joining us tonight than usual. This is a big show, man. And if you are joining us, it's been good. I thought the opening match was good. I didn't think that was a bad match at all. I didn't think it was like a classic or anything. But, and certainly it seems like people are upset with the result of it. But Jericho beats Claudio. So we do have a new Ring of Honor World Champion. Here we are with Keith Lee. Oh, nice. Head scissor takedown. Damn. Head scissors by Keith Lee. That's good for a guy of his size, and he's very pleased about it. Look at the smile on his face. Need a sandblaster to get rid of that smile. Very pleased with himself. So he should be. So Keith Lee. Look at that. Wow. That is impressive. That is impressive. Swerve and Lee are going to break up, said BMST. Crowd appreciating Lee. Scissor me daddy chants. Just as you were speaking, said Daniel. Oh, scissor me daddy. Oh, scissor me daddy. Wild. Right. Caster looking for the arm drag, not being able to get it. Getting driven back in the corner. Keith Lee picking him up. Oh, he does get it that time, though. Good arm drag there by Caster. I like Keith Lee with that beard with just a slight bit of grey in it. I like that. Swerve's in. Swerve looking for a drop kick. He just looks a little bit elder statesman, you know, just a little bit elder statesman. Keith Lee's trying to get Swerve to focus. Keith Lee going back to the outside. I think they said we're at picture-in-picture right now. Swerve in there, throwing in shots to Caster. Swerve going against the ropes. Oh. Vicious drop kick. Right in the leg of Caster, who was in the corner. Acclaimed might end up being the third black team to win the AEW Tag Championships, but might also be the first gay tag team to win. Is Swerve gay, is he? I know Keith Lee isn't. No, hang on. Who? The Acclaimed. Is one of the Acclaimed gay? Over in the corner. Tag. In comes Keith Lee. Wrestling doubleheader on January 4th. Wrestle Kingdom 17 and Dynamite in Seattle, says David. Richard said, attacked and Swerve in at Glory got attacked. That's not true. We're underway with the match at the moment. I think we might be in picture-in-picture or just about to come back. Shaquem said, yes, one of them is. Both of the Acclaimed are gay. Oh. Down goes Caster. One. Kick out. So, again, we've got Swerve grabbing the head of Caster. I think we've got another "Oh, scissor me daddy" chant. Oh, scissor me daddy. Oh, scissor me daddy. So, right, we've got Caster down, Swerve with the chin lock. Transition into a headlock as Caster's getting up to his feet. Drives Swerve back in the corner. Tag, in comes Keith Lee. Bowens is in a relationship. Max isn't in a relationship, but he is gay. It's a big deal if they win, as it's representation. And you don't see that in wrestling much. Yeah, that's a good point. To be honest, though, I didn't even know. So, I suppose it's a big deal for those in the know, but I think the majority of casual fans might not even know. maybe it's just me. Perhaps everyone knows but me. I don't know. But to be honest, I think that's how it should be. I don't think it needs to be mentioned or be a factor or be like, you know, a thing. Just have them wrestle. I can understand though that like the gay community, to use the words of AJ Styles, I could understand like they have been underrepresented, and so maybe you'd want to mention it for representation, but I think it's probably better that you just don't, and just, you know, just, I didn't know. I just don't care, still don't care. Suplex. Caster going over to try and make the tag to Bowens. Tag's made. Bowens comes in. Bowens charging over, clothesline. Down goes Swerve. And again, Swerve goes down. Big back body drop there by Bowens. Keith Lee coming over. Chop coming in there by Bowens. And again, backing up. Super kick. Keith Lee goes down. Bowens is fired up, man. Goes over to the corner. Kick coming in by Swerve. Bowens goes down. Love that kick to the side of the head. That's nice. Swerve jumps up. Bang. Kick to the side of the head as Bowens was down. Swerve climbing up. Bowens is up, throwing in big forearm strikes. And nice. Heads his takedown. It was a little bit slow motion, but missed with a stomp. Roll up by Bowens. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Didn't feel like that was going to be the moment. He picks up Swerve, hurls him into the corner. That was nice. Powerbomb into the corner. Keith Lee's back up. Chop, headbutt. Bowens goes down. Max Caster's on the outside. Crowd are on their feet. Keith Lee has got Bowens in the center of the ring. I actually don't know who the legal guy is. He's saying something to him. He just said something to Bowens. He's going to look to hurl him over the top onto that entrance walkway. So he gets slammed down. So Bowens has been dealt with. Caster comes in. He gets slammed down as well. It's the Keith Lee show right now. I know I said it before, but he does look really cool. Keith Lee with that just slight grey in the beard. I think he used to dye it like all like jet black. He looks elder statesmanly. Randy Savage. Max used. Let's go down. Oh, moonsault misses by Keith Lee. Moonsault misses. That would have been game, set, and match. Randy Savage said Max used to date Statlander. He's not gay. Okay. The plot thickens. Could he be bi? Maybe. Max Caster going over to the corner. Randy Savage. Good to hear from you. Oh, yeah. Moonsault from Keith Lee. Yes. What was that? Was that the Ghetto Blaster? He just smacked Keith Lee in the head there, Swerve, by mistake with something, which I think might have been the Ghetto Blaster. Oh, they're scissoring! They're scissoring! The Acclaimed are going up top. Keith Lee is in the center. Blockbuster. Caster's knee gave out and he tried to come down, but he couldn't capitalize. The knee gave out of Caster. What a weird time for his knee to give out. He managed to climb up top. That was an ugly landing. Did that go wrong? 1, 2. That might have been that if he'd have landed that, like it could have been end of the match, but Caster came off the top and fell short and grabbed a hold of his knee. It was hard to know whether that was by design or if he maybe slipped and botched and then had to like save it. Caster coming in and they're going to look for double suplex, are they? No, Keith Lee fighting back. Keith Lee goes over, tags in Swerve. Swerve comes in. Round the back goes Caster. He goes back to the corner. Swerve with another kick. His kicks are so good. Yeah, that was a hard shot. Round the back looking for a German, maybe. Nice suplex. Good work by Caster. So it's Caster in there with Swerve. Keith Lee is still in there. But he is down and he's over the other side of the ring. Caster's looking to go up. Swerve is down. Swerve's come back up, though. Swerve with a big right hand. Caster is up. Swerve is looking to grab him. He's got him up on his shoulders. Keith Lee is in the center. Swerve plants him down. I don't know what that was. It was rubbish. That was rubbish. That was rubbish. I think that was meant to be Swerve, like dropping him into the ring for then Keith Lee to shoulder barge him. It didn't work. Kick out by Casta. There's a couple of moments in this match that have just been questionable. The Casta coming off the top thing, I don't know if that was a botch or not. It might not have been, but still didn't look quite right. That just was not great at all. Crowd are still with it, though. Here's Swerve going up. Oh, comes crashing down on both guys. So both the Acclaim go down. Still a decent match, this. It's not quite reaching the levels of their last encounter for me. But there's still time as Billy Gunn comes face to face with Swerve on the outside. Swerve saying a few words. Keith Lee's trying to refocus him. Daddy Ass is on the outside. Forearm strike there by Bowens. Daddy Ass! Ah! By Daddy Ass! Drop kick. Keith Lee goes down. The Acclaimed. The Acclaimed. Boom. Plant down Swerve. Now Caster's going for it. The elbow drop connects. 1, 2, 3. And the Acclaim do it. The Acclaim win. And Arthur Ashe rejoices. No. And there we go. We got confetti shooting up into the sky. So great reaction by the Arthur Ashe crowd. Daddy Ass is in there as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Keith Lee and Swerve after this match. I think a few people are expecting potentially that they could split. Acclaimed beats Swerve in at Glory. I would have been stunned if they hadn't. Stunned, I tell you. Minty said, what a big pop. It was big pop. Great reaction. They are. Oh, and they're all scissoring in the ring. Yeah. Come on, kids. Yeah. Lots of scissoring in the ring. I didn't think I'd play that for Jericho. Oh, it's scissor in the belt. Yeah! Scissor in the belt. That's my new favorite thing. They got confetti all over them, and Swerve has walked away, leaving Keith Lee on his own. There's a lot of disappointment as the Acclaim celebrate. Good. It's good. A three-way, said Jessam. The Acclaimed have officially arrived, says Brenton. He said, I think all of those guys just killed it, and I want to give them a big, big congratulations. So we are hearing from FTR right now. We've been number one contenders since April 7th. Oh, here's 2.0. Oh, no, Gun Club. Gun Club. FT, are you losing your momentum? Chill, little guy. We're more talented. We're more charismatic. We're more handsome. Top guys out. And that could be good. That could be good. That's a match I never knew I needed. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Right, we've gone to commercial break. Kyle said lots of awkward fathers tonight as their young children ask Daddy, can you scissor me? Please. Right. Yeah. I mean, look, where are we? 46 minutes in. Good show. Good show. Definitely a few moments in that last match that I think were a little off, but right result. Decent match overall. Couldn't reach the level for me that their first match did, but that was always going to be difficult because honestly, their last encounter was, it's one of my favorite matches of the year. I love that Acclaim match. That was, I think I'm right in saying, the same weekend as Clash at the Castle. And the Acclaim match might be my favorite match from that whole weekend. Out of anything that happened at All Out and anything that happened at Clash, that might be my favorite match of the whole weekend. I love that Acclaim Swerve in our Glory match. So, yeah, good that they finally get the belts. The first match tonight I thought was all right as well. Didn't blow my mind. It was solid. But yeah, that was fine. Jericho winning. Look, it depends, like, your thoughts on it, really. You know, if you're down for it, if you're not bothered by it, then, you know, it's not going to take anything away from the Open. I'm personally not bothered by it. I'm not personally bothered by who's got the Ring of Honor belts. I'm not bothered, right? I don't care. So it doesn't really bother me too much. I think it's a shame for Claudio. I don't know what he's going to do next. And as just Nick said, maybe it frees him up for other things now. Maybe it frees him up to go after like a TNT title or something along those lines. So I'm not too down on the result. I think, if anything, it's a shock. If anything, it's like, what? Didn't expect it. So, yeah, that's all right. And then, of course, Acclaim winning is the right thing. So we've got, 1 hour, 10 minutes. We've still got 3 matches to go. 3 matches to go. Don't know if there'll be any other segments or anything on the show. But I've got to think they're going to want to give Moxley and Danielson time. I've got to think that match is getting time. So, yeah, I don't know that Orange Cassidy Pack will get that long, actually. I think they'll give the women time. Considering there's only 1 women's match on the show, I think they'll want to give that some time as well. So maybe we'll go quite quickly into Pac and Orange Cassidy. They'll give that about 15 minutes. Then that'll leave you around about 50 minutes to do the women in the main event. 20 minutes for the women, 30 minutes for main event. We're just actually got another little segment here. We're just going to hear from Wheeler Yuta. Jon Moxley against Danielson. How do you see it? MJF is coming out. Crowd reacting very positive. So here is MJF, and he's doing the Ric Flair strut. Cut my music. The devil has arrived. So, yeah, MJF, big smile on his face. MJF. MJF, MJF. You're my loyal devil worshipper, says MJF. I know you're probably confused, Wheeler, because you've never in your wildest dreams received a reaction like that. I'm a god to these people. They adore me. They would drink my spit if they could. That dude would. They cut to a guy in the crowd. He's like, proper excited. He would definitely do it. He'd probably drink worse. I'm a generational talent, says MJF. Calm down, Max. What you say has got some truth to it. You're a man with more catchphrases than friends. I think someone got engaged. Yeah. I'm not as low as you. I'm not going to go there. I'll just say congratulations. Huh. She's going to... eh? So, Wheeler Yuta says that Wheeler Yuta says that he's not going to go after, like, his new fiance or anything. I'm not as low as you. But then he does actually mention her and go into something to do with her, where he says she might have figured out what we already know, that you're spineless, and she's going to walk out on you. Feel like that was Wheeler Yuta trying? He tried. He deserves a I gave it a go badge. MJF just having fun with the Blackpool Combat Club at the moment. Oh, you could go to Regal and say, "Hey, Willie, can you teach me how to pop pills?" Wow, Tony's got knocked down. Tony just got knocked down, and MJF's like, "You don't touch me." I don't. Did Tony touch him? Did he? Morrissey's come out, and Morrissey has grabbed a hold of Wheeler Yuta. It's a big right hand by MJF. Wheeler Yuta goes down, and he cracked him with that ring. Okay. He's crossed the line he can never come back from. We've seen worse from MJF. We've heard worse from MJF, but that was all right. The headbutt was weak. There's a 2-hour Rampage this Friday, says Scorpio. Right, we're backstage with Jade Cargill, Kiera Hogan. Earlier today, Tony getting more abuse, man. That's all he does. He just goes around getting abused by different wrestlers. So, what's this building towards? Oh, Friday. Okay, so Jade Cargill in action on Friday. And Orange Cassidy coming out now. Tony, the real workhorse of AEW. Okay. Orange Cassidy versus hip-hop icon Trina. She will be in the house on Friday. Orange is going to win tonight, says John. I don't think I could get used to this theme for Orange Cassidy. I don't think it's as good. No, I agree. Toni is fast, says Top Tier. He got knocked down, ran backstage, then back to the announce table in a matter of seconds. Just Nick said, so the way the show is going, I think Orange Cassidy is going to win. Bill Bird said, had 2 title changes already. I don't think that Pac is losing. Kyle said, sounds like Trina has the opposite gimmick to John Cena. You can see me. Yes, she is the opposite John Cena. Right, here is Pac then. Pac making his way out. All Atlantic champion is on a 10-match singles winning streak. This show is flying by. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this match is going to have to go quite quick because we are now approaching the halfway point and we've got 3 matches to fit in, including 2 of the biggest ones for the 2 biggest titles. So, yes. The All-Atlantic Championship being shown. Pac in the one corner, Orange Cassidy in the other. And Orange Cassidy just putting on his elbow pad. Pac stepping into the center. Orange Cassidy looking around. He's still got his shades on. Orange Cassidy putting his hands in the air. Takes the shades off. Throws the shades at Pac. And the shades broke when he did that. The lens popped out of the shades. Round the back, roll up by Orange Cassidy. Hands going in the pockets, or a tease, looking for a backslide. Inside cradle by Orange Cassidy. Pac gets back up to his feet. Went for orange punch, but Pac manages to evade and get out of the ring. So Pac on the outside. Smurfy Toon said, not the glasses. Bill Bird said, this will be match of the night. I am calling it right now. Pac looking to get into the ring. Smile on the face of Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy is like calling him in as Orange Cassidy puts his hands in the air and into the pockets. Gets a little pop from the crowd as Pac steps into the ring. Pac saying a few words to Orange Cassidy. Kicks coming in. Little soft kicks by Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy is backing up, charges over. Drop kick. Pac goes down. Drop kick by Pac. Orange Cassidy goes down. And Orange Cassidy goes flying over to the corner. Pac with a big boot. Just absolutely stomping away on Orange Cassidy. It's crazy how many people would like Orange Cassidy if they didn't wait for Jim Cornette to tell them how to feel, says Corvid. In the corner goes Orange. Most devastating kicks ever, said Smurfy Toons. Brendan said, put this joke at the top of the hour, blah. The kicks in the corner are stiff, says Undercover Manager, as Pac is in control. Goes outside the ring, grabs Orange Cassidy, smashes him face first onto the edge of the ring. Cassidy on the outside. And again, face first onto the edge of the ring. Cassidy down. I think a better theme for Orange would have been Afternoon Delight, says Bill Bird. Pokemon Gold and Silver is better than Pokemon Black and White is better than Pokemon Red and Green. I did see that sign. I don't think it had all three on, did it? That is a bit of a trend at the moment with people putting signs up about video games. Is that something to do with Botchamania? I watched an episode of Botchamania the other day and they seem to be showing them all off. So I'm guessing that's kind of encouraging people to do more. Orange Cassidy is rolling out the ring as Pac had gone up top. Look in my eyes, what do you see? Big Mac with extra cheese, says Smurfy Tunes. Over the top comes crashing down by Pac. Macklemore should quit wrestling and go back to making music, said Bearded Bronco. That was nice. That was nice by Pac. Went crashing over the top, came flipping down and clipped Orange Cassidy with his leg. It was nice. Orange Cassidy getting up to his feet. Pac in the corner. Pac with a missile drop kick as Orange Cassidy goes down. Pac grabbing Orange Cassidy, dragging him to the center. Just put a knee onto Orange Cassidy as the count was there. There's that flipping Pokemon sign again. So Pac in control. Someone's saying something in the crowds that seems to have the crowd a bit distracted. A few people in the front row actually turning their backs on the match to see what's happening behind them. Don't know what that was. But picture in picture. Finish him, Pac.
Finish him.
Finish him. This is my first AEW show that I'm watching, said Christopher. Christopher, are you enjoying it? Let us know. Let us know. Still to come tonight, Toni Storm against Serena Deeb, against Athena, against Dr. Britt Baker, DMD for the interim AEW Women's Championship. And then our main event tonight, Jon Moxley against BRYAN Danielson 2. That is for the AEW Championship. Elbow, top of the head by Pac. And Pac keeping Orange Cassidy down, keeping him grounded. Forward, down, forward, high punch, says Kevin. Pac, make him humble. Make him humble. Williams tag titles are going to come to AEW soon, said Jonathan. Over in the corner goes Orange Cassidy as Pac charges over. Massive right hand, big swing, but Cassidy ducks it. Smashes Pac into that top turnbuckle. Orange Cassidy going up top. Crowd little muted for this. Crossbody there by Orange Cassidy. Cassidy trying to come over. Gets caught. German suplex by Pac. And Orange Cassidy is down. Pac grabbing Orange Cassidy. He's trying to reach the ropes. He gets Germaned again and bridges by Pac, but kick out by Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy getting over to the ropes. Corvid said AEW doesn't even have enough women on the roster to support the 2 singles titles that they've got. Trini said a tropical storm is on, so my power keeps coming on and off. Stay safe, Trini. Stay safe. Pac again in control. Orange Cassidy is down. Referee having words with Pac. Is getting backed up a little bit. God, why is the referee having so much of a go at him? He was in his face. He was having a right go. He hates everybody. He's a very angry man, according to Taz. Pac is going over to Orange Cassidy, who's down on his hands and knees. Derek said, how much are tickets on average? I don't know, to be honest. Is that something that Wrestle Tickets Twitter account has got information on? They tend to be able to tell you how much has sold, how many tickets are remaining. I don't know if they tell you the average price. Thumb up there by Orange Cassidy. Bray is the most over wrestler of all time who does not have a contract and is annoyingly relevant still. Bray's the most over wrestler of all time who doesn't have a contract. What about The Rock? Has The Rock got a contract? He was a wrestler. We've got Orange Cassidy down. Primo said, what do you think of the presentation of the arena? WrestleTix tweeted they sold 12,499. The final number might be under 13,000, if not slightly over. Visually, what do you think of it? It looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. I mean, if there are empty seats, that will be hard cam side. They must have really put up the ticket prices then, because last time they did 900 and some odd thousand. Now they're saying they definitely broke the million. So, and they're 5,000 people less than last time. I mean, if that's what WrestleTix has tweeted out, then I'm guessing that's correct. I honestly thought this was going to be about the same. I honestly thought this would be about 18,000 again. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. It's a pretty good card. Maybe no CM Punk hurt it. Orange Cassidy going for the pin there. Almost getting the 3. It really looked like he'd got the 3 as well. Looking for suplex. Oh! Stun Dog Millionaire. Cassidy going against the ropes. Through the ropes. Dives into Pac collides into the railings. Orange Cassidy going up top. Ooh, a little bit wobbly. Wow, that was good. Dive-in DDT there. Orange Cassidy kips up. The stage. The stage is eating up quite a bit of space, isn't it? That's true. That's true. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. They must have really put up ticket prices then. To do $1 million out of 13,000 compared to 900 and whatever thousand out of 18,000. 5,000 less people is a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. If you think about it, if they had 18,000 last time, 10% of that is 1,800. 20% is 3,600. It's nearly what, 30% less. Shoulder up by Pac. It's I don't know the exact number. It's 20-something% less. That's significant. And yet they've managed to generate more money. Pac grabs the rope. Pac grabs the rope as Orange Cassidy was going for the pin. Bahamas says inflation is real. Yeah, clearly. Pac flops out the ring. It's a shame in a way, isn't it, if you think about it? Because it's kind of like, this is their first $1 million gate, and they're really shouting about that. But it's a real shame to think that that's coming from less people. All Atlantic title has gone to the outside. Got knocked to the floor. Is that a trios belt? What's that? I don't even know what that belt is. I think there's a trios belt at ringside, and I don't know why. At 1, 2, 3. Flat ending. Pac wins. Pac wins. Pac wins. Yo, listen, the Acclaim still suck, and no one cares about the new champ, said Justin. Oh, I don't know, dude. Big reaction in the crowd. Pac beats Orange Cassidy. Pac cheats by using the hammer that rings the ringside bell. Pac is a heel. Pac isn't a heel. He fights whoever, says Corvids. Death Triangle are trios champ, says Bill Birds. I didn't see him come out with that belt, to be honest. I mean, he could have. I didn't see him come out with it. At the moment, he's just holding up the All Atlantic. Okay. God, I missed that match in Terran. Took a great massive poop, says Just Nick. Good to know. He's a trio champ with the Lucha Bros. That's why the belt was there. He had two. It's a good point. I did forget that. But to be honest, I didn't see him come down with it. So he could have. He absolutely could have. And I just might not have noticed. Right, women's matches up next. Toni Storm against Serena Deeb against Athena against Dr. Britt Baker. Undercover manager said if he hadn't have put up the tickets, it would have done about 600,000. Tony Khan is manipulating the stats to make AEW seem like they're consistently on an upward trajectory. I said the last few weeks' shows have been hard to watch. Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, though, is that not what you would do? That's what I would do. Like, you don't want to send a message out that your brand is struggling, do you? You don't want to send a message out. And in all fairness, if he has put in a big stage that wasn't there last time, then he's not going to be able to draw as many people. If he feels that this presentation is needed and is better, then he's not going to be able to draw as many people. So I can't blame him. I can't blame him. I mean, look, it's a fight. You have to know that it is a fight. This is not easy. Booking any wrestling show is not easy. Look at the numbers WWE just did for Raw, 1.59 or whatever. Like, this is hard. It's difficult. So there's going to be times where, numbers aren't going to go the way they want. Sometimes they'll over-exceed, and sometimes they will fall short. And I don't know the reason for this. I honestly thought this was going to be 18,000. It's apparently not. It's apparently 13,000, which has surprised me. And yeah, he's put the prices up so that they can brag about the $1 million thing. It sucks for people that have to buy the tickets to go. It's once again an example of fans being robbed. Missing out, being mistreated, if you will. That sucks. But listen, 13,000 have paid it. 13,000 have paid it and have gone, and it's given them something to brag about. So, don't make of it whatever you will. Is it right? Is it wrong? Is Tony Khan doing what a good promoter would do? It's only the kind of thing Vince would do. He ain't doing anything Vince McMahon wouldn't do or hasn't done. But it is a bit of a shame for the fans, isn't it? Days, WWE has done 4 stadium shows that have done over 40,000. Has that ever happened in previous years outside of WrestleMania? Outside of WrestleMania, I don't think so. I'm just trying to think. I can't give you any particular year. I mean, certainly recently they've been doing the Saudi shows. So I'd have to look back on those Saudi shows. But I think whenever they've done the Saudi shows and they've done WrestleMania, I'm trying to think like 2019. There would have been like 2 Saudi shows. So that might have boxed off at 40-odd thousand. I mean, certainly nothing in the 80s, nothing in the 90s. I can't think of anything in the 2000s. A lot of those B shows and even SummerSlams tended to come from Rumbles and SummerSlams. So the longest time came from just normal stadiums, normal arenas, sorry. And there was no Saudi shows. So, I don't know. I'd have to have a look at like 2018, 2019. And because the Saudi shows obviously have come from stadiums and have had big numbers. And then there was one year as well where they did that Super Showdown from Australia. Do you remember that? Super Showdown from Australia? That was 2018? I don't think that was 2019. Super Showdown 2018. Let's have a look. Melbourne Cricket Ground. That was 70,000 apparently. So they did Super Showdown in 2018. What were the Saudi shows in 2018? 2018 WWE attendance. List of attendance records. 99, 2020, 2022, 19, 10, 21, 2017, 19, 20, Rumble. Don't know. There's a whole list here of like the biggest, most attended shows. So on Wikipedia, if you just Google search list of WWE attendance records, the most attended is WrestleMania 32 from 2016. To answer your question, I don't think there is. Super Showdown 2018. Greatest Royal Rumble 2018. There's 2. I don't think there's any others. By the looks of it, I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Then I would need that one would need a little bit more work, but I can't. If you're saying outside of WrestleMania, I mean, 2018 I found 3, but that includes WrestleMania. It's good. It's a good question. Right, we are underway with this women's tag match. So right now, I would say no. But that's not a very confident no. I never knew that, you know. I never knew that the big event in 1986 did 74,000 people. That was WrestleMania 1 was 1985. And then in 1986, they did WrestleMania 2 and the big event. And I remember the big event being in a stadium, but no way did I didn't know it was 74,000. That's crazy. Do you know SummerSlam 92 is the 5th biggest show they've ever done? Not by much as well. WrestleMania 29, just a couple of hundred more people. That was it. And that's 4. WrestleMania 35, WrestleMania 3, and WrestleMania 32. WrestleMania 32 is the biggest. Interesting. Right, we've got a stretch by Serena Deeb. Did Britt Baker take makeup advice from Ronda Rousey? She is overdoing it a little bit. Clash was 61,000, said Chris. Primo said, since crowds returned, Rumble, SummerSlam have done over 30,000 with WrestleMania. The Clash and the Saudi shows the last 4 years weren't doing that many in stadiums. Roll up by Britt. Britt's back up on her feet round the back of Athena. Big forearm strike by Britt Baker. Britt going over to Serena. Again, throwing in some big shots. She's got Serena going against the ropes. Serena in the middle, goes for a clothesline. Britt Baker with a sling blade. And Serena Deeb goes down. Britt gets kicked in the midsection by Toni Storm. Toni Storm again taking a big shot. Looking for a net breaker. Toni Storm going for a clothesline. Duck underneath against the ropes. Drop kick. Britt Baker goes down. Britt Baker just feels like she's on such a different level to everyone else. Nice suplex there by Toni. Toni going up top. Strikes coming in by Serena Deeb. Not a big fan of Serena Deeb's ring gear. I'm not a big fan of that kind of like light blue gold attire. It doesn't really pop Doesn't really stand out. Doesn't really catch the eye. Got a multi-person spot here as Athena power slams down, power bombs down Serena Deeb and Britt Baker. They suplex Toni Storm, so all 4 women involved in a big spot in the corner there. We've got 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes to go of AEW Grand Slam here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Logan Paul shouldn't win over Roman, says Adam. Austin said Britt Baker is on a different level. This is her division. Just Nick said, I can understand this is a big show, so I understand they've charged big money, but if it's every week they're charging this money, then it's not on. Yeah, I'm only comparing the same year on year, though. So last year with this show, they had 18,000 and they got $900,000 from that. This year, exact same show, exact same venue, exact same prestige. So last year was a big show. This year's a big show. Apparently 13,000, but they've done over $1 million. I mean, that means these people around ringside in particular must have paid some real money. These ringside seats are not cheap anyway. But to be ringside for this show in particular, I've got to think that's, big bucks. That's, we can do the maths, can't we? I mean, what is $1 million divided by 13,000? Come on, everyone. Come on. Work it out quick. 1 million divided by 13,000 is 76.92. That's not too bad, is it? I suppose that's not too bad. This is a big show. $76.92, so $77 for each ticket. Now, obviously, that means that some tickets are going to be, say, $30, and the ringside one's going to be more expensive. But that's not too bad. That's all right. I thought it was higher than that. $77 for a ticket to go to this show at Arthur Ashe. That's all right. How much would it be if it was 18,000? It would have been $55.55. That would have been the average ticket price if 18,000 had been in there. But because it's 13,000, it's like another $22 basically on each ticket. So 76.90 odds. Right, we've got single leg Boston Crabs. Tony's got one on Britt Baker. Serena Deeb's got one on Athena. Athena trying to get over to the ropes. I went last year to New Year's Bash, says to Heel, in Greensboro, and the tickets were $30 a piece. Daniel said Deeb came out with a massive flag that had Deeb's dojo on it, and it looked good. Oh, I didn't see that. I was looking at the ticket thing. Right, both girls on their feet that had those holds on. Toni Storm and Serena Deeb. Chop coming in here by Deeb. Athena's backed into one corner. Britt's in the other. German suplex by Toni Storm on Serena Deeb. Storm colliding into Athena, charging over to Britt Baker. Baker comes out. Nice swinging net breaker there by Britt Baker. Baker going against the ropes, and she was going for a stomp or a knee to the side of the head, but she got caught by Athena. Serena Deeb up on her feet, coming over, grabbing Britt Baker. Uppercut. And again. Britt Baker is reversing, and Deeb goes into the corner. Deeb moves out the way. Grabs a hold of Britt Baker, looking for a net breaker, and she gets it. Net breaker to Britt Baker, but Athena comes over, tries to deliver a kick. Serena Deeb grabs it. Dragon screw in between the legs of Toni Storm. She's dealing with everyone at the moment. Serena Deeb is a one-woman wrecking machine. Deeb going for the pin on Toni. Shoulder up. That was great work by Serena Deeb. She dealt with Britt Baker in the corner, then Athena against the ropes. Then she manages to get the better of Toni Storm. Now she's trying to wrap up Toni, grab the leg. That's nice. Look at that. She's so good. She's so good. Put the belt on Deeb. You cowards. Tony Khan, you coward. Kick to the side of the head there by Britt Baker. Undercover said $52 for a seat at the back would be ridiculous. Is that how much? I don't know that's how much it is, though. Athena has got Deeb on the front, Britt Baker on the back. Athena walking around with both women. Ooh, not great. She dropped them backwards. She did try her best to arch as much as possible, but unfortunately, she did come crashing down onto Britt Baker's head. So that probably wasn't fun. Slingshotted. Oh, nice double knees by Athena. 1, 2. And Deeb makes the save. Athena can't believe it. Oh, there's problems with Britt Baker's nose. Athena did come crashing down onto Britt Baker, and Britt Baker is in the corner. Her nose is pouring with blood again. And she had trouble with her nose before. Oh, plants Athena. Athena goes down. Britt Baker in the middle. That nose, it might be broken. She broke it before, didn't she? So it might not take too much to break it again. Toni rolls up Britt. Toni's won. Toni has retained. Toni rolls up Britt. I feel like that's a big story, but I feel like I don't know, maybe not a bigger story, but there's a big story about Britt Baker, who might have damaged her nose again, broke her nose, and if so, that might have her out for a while. Britt Baker, though, from behind. Again, she wipes the blood from her nose onto Toni Storm. And now, look, she's going to look down the camera. She knows. She knows that shot is the money shot. Here's Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter's come down. Jamie Hayter grabs Britt. Jamie in the ring. Oh, and they work together. Damn it. Damn it. They hug and now they're working together to beat up on Toni Storm. Deeb jumping on Athena. So Toni has won. Toni is victorious. Britt with, oh my God, a vicious curb stomp. Spiked Athena. Absolutely spiked her. Drove her into the mat. I don't know that her nose is broken. I don't know. There's a lot of blood, though. I will say that. Some music. Don't know who it is. Some music. Oh! Paige! Paige! Paige is here! Paige has arrived! Oh my God! Oh my God! Saraya is making her way down to the ring! Oh my God, Britt Baker looks like she's seen a ghost. We all look like we've seen a ghost. It is a ghost. Paige is in AEW. Do you know what? There'd been reports earlier today that they'd reached out to Paige and they tried to get Paige and apparently couldn't get Paige. Oh my God, this is monstrous from AEW. That's gotta sting, Triple H. That's gotta sting. They had their opportunity. They could have got her. They could have brought her back. This is my house, says Paige. Well, obviously, we don't know in what capacity Paige is going to be competing here. That music, didn't have a clue what it was. I don't know why. In my head, I was like, is it Mercedes Martinez? I don't know why. I have no idea why. I don't know why. At no point tonight have we spoke about Paige. At no point were there any rumors that she was on this show. But earlier today, there were reports that conversations had been had with her, and that I don't know if they'd broken down or whatever, but this is amazing. Paige is amazing. This is amazing. This is massive for AEW. I just hope she can wrestle. Is she going to say anything? No. I hope she can wrestle. I hope she can compete. That is huge. Paige is in AEW. She brings in Athena. She gives her a hug. She grabs Toni Storm, gives her a hug as well. Wow. Man, well done, Toni. Well done, Tony Khan. That is a great get. That is a great get. She is a real boost to that women's division. Even if she can't wrestle and she's just going to be a mouthpiece, a manager, she has got name recognition on a different level to, dare I say, anyone in that women's division. You know, there's not too many women that have had like a big movie made about them in their life. Obviously, so important, like first ever NXT Women's Champion, a real trailblazer, someone that you can say was at the forefront of the women's revolution, women's evolution. Her name is... Yeah, I mean, obviously she can't use the Paige name. That is a factor, but this will reverberate around the IWC, the Internet Wrestling Community, which is a real cringe way of saying the Internet Wrestling Community. But yeah, it's massive. It's huge. That's good. James said, even if she can't wrestle, it's still amazing. I completely agree. Wow. I mean, I need to do a video, but I need to just take a moment, to be honest, just to let it sink in. Okay. Yeah, I do need to do a video. As we said, even if she can't compete, massive, because she is going to be a great mouthpiece, a great ambassador for the women's division. I mean, she could even be like the GM of the women's division. There's no reason as to why she can't be a GM. There's no reason why Tony can't like give her some kind of responsibility and give her some degree of authority if she can't compete. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. And we've got what? Oh man, we're running out of time as well. Proper running out of time. Okay, we are at commercial break, so I am going to need to take this opportunity. I'm just going to need to see if I can find a picture. I didn't actually get one. We do normally do like post-show reviews, but we don't do them for AEW. Just because there's so much that I think goes on other platforms, I don't always 100% know everything that's happening. Because stories, you know, can play out on Being the Elite, can play out on Rampage and all that kind of stuff. So it makes it hard to keep up to date with everything. But I am tempted to start doing them. And certainly if they're going to give us moments like this. That is mental. That is mental. Paige. She is. For those that haven't seen, here is the image then. Here is the image. She got into the ring and said, "This is my house. This is my house." There we go. Massive breaking news coming out of AEW. A genuine surprise. This wasn't spoilt, wasn't revealed anywhere, but there had been reports that conversations had been had. Certainly no reports that she was signed. Certainly no reports she was on this show. And at the end of the AEW Women's Championship match, Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, and Serena Deeb, they were beaten up on the baby faces, and out steps Saraya, aka Paige, from WWE. Obviously no longer with WWE, but she stepped out, and this was incredible. The reaction that she got was incredible. She got a great reaction. We obviously didn't hear from her. They're probably going to be saving that for Dynamite. But she came out. She's clearly a babyface, or at the moment positioned as a babyface. Great reaction. Even if she is not going to wrestle and she's just going to be a mouthpiece, a manager, a GM, an ambassador, whatever you want to call it, this is a really great pickup by AEW. This is a real strong addition to a women's division that I think needed someone like this. She is like, there's not too many people, as I said during the watch along, that have had their own movie made about their life. And obviously she has had that. She is a trailblazer. She was the first NXT Women's Champion. That really led to the women's evolution. And so obviously what we see now in WWE, you can kind of go back to that match that she had with Emma in NXT, which kind of really did change things in that company. So she is a massive name. She is known. She is highly thought of. And I hope she can wrestle. But as we said, no guarantee of that. We know that she's had serious injuries. And so I don't know what capacity she's back in. But the big news is she's back. I don't think this is a one-off. I think she's back. I think she's signed. This is a massive get for AEW. Certainly not going to say it's a needle mover, but it will move the needle in the short term. I think people will tune in maybe next week to hear from Paige, unless she's going to say something on Rampage. We still got to obviously find out more details, but well done to AEW for keeping this quiet. They did a fantastic job of keeping this quiet. And yeah, let's see where it goes. Exciting news, though. Paige is all elite. Right, Moxley is making his way down to the ring. Jon Moxley. Jon Moxley is making his way down. So we are going to go to our main event. We've only got 22 minutes to go. 22 minutes to go. I don't know why, I don't know why, but I don't know why I never thought there could be surprises on this show. We never spoke beforehand about what surprises do you think there's going to be? We never spoke about it, and honestly, I wasn't really expecting anything, and now I'm thinking about it. I don't know why. I don't know why I never thought about it or never crossed my mind. Maybe it's just because the White Rabbit stuff, and there's been so much going on that it just never crossed my mind. So much drama as well in AEW. Perhaps I just didn't. I don't know. It's weird. Just didn't take that moment to stop and think, oh, could we get any surprises tonight? To be honest, even if I had thought that, I don't know, I would have come up with Paige. And it's funny as well, because the article had only come out earlier, just kind of saying that talks had happened, but, it's sort of not gone anywhere. Right, I am just chucking this video up. Obviously, a big happening. So just want to get that out there. Let's jump back over. Moxley is definitely losing. Crazy Cheech says, if you haven't, please like the stream. Love days, says Crazy Cheech. Crazy Cheech, really appreciate the support, buds. Really appreciate the support. Here we go then. Moxley versus Danielson, and sat in the crowds is MJF watching on. MJF is watching from the crowd. Okay, they're locking up. So Danielson against Moxley. What we should do is go in the chat, shouldn't we? And we should put a poll up. So who wins? Are they going to go back with the tried and tested Moxley? Or are they going to go with something new, which would be Danielson? He's never won the title before. Good work by Danielson at the moment. He's got Moxley down. Chop coming in by Moxley. Chop coming back by Danielson. These two exchanging chops at the moment. This match could be a real classic. Could be a real classic. Kicks coming in by Danielson. Chop coming in by Danielson. He's got Moxley back in the corner. Big strike coming in again. Big boot there by Danielson. Slap coming in there by Danielson. Moxley in control. This thing going back and forth at the moment as Moxley is throwing some big shots, big strikes at Danielson, who's grounded in the corner. Reversal by Danielson as Moxley gets thrown to the other side. Big kick there by Danielson. Big chop. Big chop. And now kick coming in by Danielson. Oh, man, another monster chop. That is loud. These strikes are loud. Danielson in control. Oh, another big chop coming in there by Danielson. Kick coming in by Danielson. Moxley against the ropes. Danielson with a knee strike. Moxley goes down. Kick to the back. Oof, another kick coming in. Will Toni pull off the trifecta and have Danielson win the title after Punk's outburst like Ring of Honor and WWE did? Says Bearded Bronco. We'll find out. We'll find out. Danielson going into the center. 16 minutes. This match definitely getting less time than I expected it to, but considering we just had Paige, I can understand why they needed to give that time. Paige arrives. Still can't believe that, you know. But it's so rare in wrestling these days to be surprised. I mean, like the Braun thing was ruined, wasn't it? Carrion thing was kind of ruined, but not kind of ruined. We knew that he had signed or was on the verge of signing, and then literally that was early on the Friday, and then that night he turned up. Same with Dexter Lumis as well. So there's been a couple of surprises. I mean, the Dakota and the EO one wasn't ruined. So that wasn't ruined from SummerSlam. So there's been a few that we've been surprised by. I mean, the worst kept secret was Cody at WrestleMania. That was, I mean, everyone knew he was going to be there. But, God, yeah, nothing about her tonight. That's amazing. Right. Drop kick there by Danielson. Legend Killer says, come on, Danielson. Ace Man said it's Soraya. Yes, that'll be the name that she'll go by. People won't know her by that name, or I don't think too many will know her by that name. But that's the name you're going to have to get used to. The last big surprise for me was The Rock in 2011. Chadwick James says, I hate Tony Khan a lot, but wow. He knocked it out the park tonight with the show and the Soraya sign-in. Yeah, it's been a really, really entertaining show. Really entertaining. How long till Paige is on Dark and forgotten about? Well, I don't even know if she's wrestling. I mean, I'm guessing that they will try and get a match out of her. I think she said that she could wrestle, compete in the right circumstance. So I think there's a chance of it, but I'm very aware of AEW Botches have got a video that they play that's the Game Changers. And what they do is every time someone said this is a game changer, they take that tweet and then obviously, you know, like Malachi Black is a game changer. So someone that tweeted that out, they'll take that tweet, put it in the video. Miro is a game changer. So I'm very aware of not calling her a game changer. I do think this is a big deal for the women's division. I really do. I don't think they've got anyone with her kind of notoriety. I don't think they've got any. I mean, like Britt Baker's a big star with the AEW fans, but not known to anyone that doesn't watch AEW. She's made her name kind of within AEW. So she's, you know, as we said during the match, probably the biggest star they've got in the women's division, but Paige is a whole different level. Serena Deeb, you know, not that big of a star, I have to admit. Thunder Rosa made a name in AEW. She was in NWA before. Toni Storm wasn't on the main roster very long, was she? She was on the main roster for like a hot minute. She was down in NXT, so, I mean, I'd say that's quite limited. Ember Moon, limited. She was kind of made a name in NXT. She was on the main roster for a little bit, but not that long, and she didn't achieve that much. So, again, I've no doubt Paige is bigger than Ember Moon. No doubt Paige is bigger than, you know, a lot of the women in that division. So I'm very aware of not using the game changer term, but I do think it's big for that women's division. And just think of the things you can do. She could compete. She could have a faction. She should probably have a faction, actually, because there ain't no way she's competing on a regular basis. Even if she does compete, it's only going to be once in a while. It's only going to be for the big shows, you know? As it should be, really. She should be. I mean, imagine that first Paige match. I don't know when her last Paige match was. Was it the match against Sasha at the house show where she got injured? Was that her last match? MJF in the stands looking a bit bored. I don't know if we're at commercial break. I know we had gone to commercial break, but Danielson putting on a stretch here now. Danielson wins, and suddenly MJF is going to win the title. Kevin said anyone is better than Red Velvet. Breaking news. Anyone is better than Red Velvet. Okay, so I think we have just gone back as Danielson is pulling on the face of Moxley. He's got Moxley's arm behind his back as well. William Regal said, I'm an old villain myself, and MJF even bothers me. Oh, big knee there by Danielson. Big knee by Danielson. And no joy. Nice. Danielson going over to the corner, stepping up. We got 9 minutes left of this show. Let's have a look, shall we, at the poll. I think anyone that wants to vote has probably voted, so we'll wrap that up. Get some space back in the chat, and it is Danielson, 69%, and Moxley with 30%. Steve said Paige doesn't look good at all anymore. Connordy said, I'm not watching the show. What's happened? Results are at the bottom, but I would say the biggest news is that Paige, a.k.a. Soraya, has debuted, has arrived in AEW. Love Mox, but he doesn't need another title reign, says Gwen. Big Time Back said, with Paige being signed to AEW, I can imagine Toni opened the wallet big, especially once Triple H took over. Having her out of retirement and have it happen in AEW is big. Yeah, I mean, look, that's big news. It'll go. Everyone knows Paige. I think there's a lot of affection for Paige as well. You can definitely see it boosting numbers in the short term. Long term, I mean, listen, she's not bigger than CM Punk. So if having CM Punk is going to result in your numbers flatlining at around 900,000, I have to think that Paige is going to have a similar effect. Like, she will bump the ratings as people want to see what she's got to say. And is she back out of retirement? What's her first match? Blah, blah, blah. And then it'll settle back down again. But we've said before, like, you know, look, they're at 1 million right now, and they've been over 1 million for a good few weeks. This Paige news might help them stay at over 1 million for a bit. So it will bump the ratings and it will keep them where they are. But, you know, obviously, naturally, it is going to drop back down again. Good boost, though. Of all the divisions that need a tickle, that need a bit of, like, support, you would have to say the women's division was the one. I feel like the women's division was in need of something because it feels like you've got Britt Baker and not much else. I don't know how much Toni Storm's over. Thunder Rosa was fairly over, but she got injured and she wasn't as big as Britt. 1, 2. Moxley reverses. Bray as New Fiend, said Modern Mogul. Cross as White Rabbit. Braun as Husker. Scarlett as Abby. Dexter as Mercy. Courtney said, Moxley is not going back to WWE. He might go back to go in the Hall of Fame with the Shield, but I don't see him going back and having a run. And I don't see him going in the Hall of Fame whilst he's an active AEW superstar. So I don't know. I can't say he'll never go back and do, like, you know, the Hall of Fame thing. They definitely are going to want to put the Shield in. Both of their legs are tangled together. They're standing on their heads, facing each other, slapping each other. And now Danielson with some ground and pound. Cattle mutilation applied. Good work there by Danielson. Danielson with the cattle mutilation stretch holds. Now trying to grab a hold of the neck. And now he's going to look to rain down elbows. Danielson, bang! And again. Big elbows raining down as Moxley grabs a hold of the arm of Danielson. Got to the midsection there by Danielson. And again, big strike coming in. Forearm strike by Danielson. Danielson, kick to the head, and Moxley stumbles forward. Grabs a hold of Danielson. Oh, big clothesline. Turns him inside out. Hollywood guy said, Days, is Saraya going to wrestle or will she be a manager? My thoughts are that she will probably be a manager of like a stable. Because I think what you'll want to do is use her name to get over some women and like give a bit like how Jericho has got the Jericho Appreciation Society. I can see Paige doing something where she's got like a group of women that will have matches and she'll be at ringside. So that's my guess, but I definitely think they will look to have a match with her. Look at Sting, for example. Sting had, similar issues with his neck. And he has come in and basically been a manager of Darby, but they have managed to get a couple of matches out of him. And he does do the occasional tag match. And I think he's even had a singles match. So they've managed to get some stuff out of Sting. I think they'll do the same with Paige. So both is my answer. I think look at Sting. Look at Sting. Curb stomp by Moxley. Moxley grabs Danielson. Oh, plants him down. 1, 2. Kick out by Danielson. Kick out by Danielson. Derek said, Toni will book Paige to jump off the ropes onto the steel steps. Good for you, Toni. They have 8 women that can legitimately compete for the TBS and women's world titles, but that is it, says Corvid. Difference is Sting is in his 60s, says List of Jericho. Sting isn't as fragile as Paige. I don't know how fragile Paige is, to be honest. She did make a statement not long ago saying that she could have a match if the story and the circumstances were right. She said that she could have a match. So I do think they will get a match out of her. What will shock me more than anything is if she comes back as a full-time competitor. I don't see that. But equally, do I think she's just coming back as a manager and we never get a Paige match in AEW? No, I think we get one. I really do. It wasn't that long ago she said that if the circumstances were right, she could have one more. Maybe that was wishful thinking on her part. I'm not sure. Maybe that was just wishful thinking and she's like, no, I could do it. Whether she would get cleared or not is a different thing, but Sting got cleared. And as has been pointed out, he's fragile and old. She's fragile and young. Danielson has got Moxley in a triangle. So Moxley trying to roll through Danielson. Reversed. LeBell lock coming in. LeBell lock applied. Yeah, it looked like he was tapping there, but he wasn't actually tapping. He was like, oh, Moxley definitely feeling this. Danielson pulling back on the nose of Moxley. Moxley trying to get over to the ropes, gets his foot on the rope. Danielson breaks it. Not his foot, breaks the hold. So Moxley rolling outside the ring as Danielson climbs up. Danielson perched in position. Knee strike there by Danielson. Working on the arm. Oh, gets planted. If he taps out, that would be a shock. Trini said, the only thing that worries me with Saraya, Moxley, kick out. Possibly wrestling if she's also a recovering addict. When pain hits, it becomes tempting to relapse. I hope she is properly ready. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know where she is with that. I'm not aware of any issues recently, but then saying that you might not be aware of them because she hasn't really been. Things could have happened on the quiet. I'd have to think, though, if she got arrested, the wrestling reporters would know about it. Danielson is in a sleeper hold and is flattened out. This isn't looking good for Danielson. Danielson in trouble. Referee is checking the hand and he rings the bell. Moxley wins. New All Elite Wrestling Champion, Jon Moxley. Moxley wins. Unbelievable. Moxley beats Danielson to become AEW World Champion. And it is MJF that's still watching in the stands. Oh, I don't know. There's a bit of arguing there, isn't there? To end the show. Regal came down, took the championship. What was that about? Regal came down, grabbed the championship, and went... Oh, we're back? Oh, okay. We're back. I've got extra footage here. And Danielson is putting the belt around the waist of Moxley. Fight just giving us a little bit extra. And now we've lost the signal. That's all right. That's all right, because the way the show ended, Danielson was like arguing with Regal. And I think what he was actually saying is, I want to be the one to put the belt around his waist. I want to be the one to put the belt around his waist. And so then he puts the belt around Jon Moxley's waist. So, yes, that's all it was. That's all it was. I wish Danielson had won, said James. To be fair, we really want Bryan. Do we really want Bryan to be a transitional champion? Crazy Cheech gives it 8.5. Joe said Danielson wasn't happy. I don't know if that has developed, but I did get to see a little bit more, and it shows Danielson putting the belt around the waist of Moxley. So I think he after that war, after that battle, I think he wanted to be the one to put the belt around Moxley's waist. They didn't give it Bryan because Moxley will lose it to MJF. Did you know Hogan is in the WWE Hall of Fame? Yes. Williams said was a pretty obvious finish with Moxley MJF segments. Trini said on a block spree tonight with lots of idiot comments about Saraya. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. Put them in the chat, but I'll also put a poll up. We don't have a post-show review. Maybe I should have done one for this show. What with it being a special show? But I didn't. So, what is your score? Is it? I think people will be quite high for this. I think some of the results might have upset people. I can definitely see people being a bit upset about that main event result. I can definitely see people being a bit upset about Jericho, maybe. Boom. There we go. The poll is up, so get your thoughts in and we'll see what people made of the show. Seba, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, dudes. Thank you very much. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us. We're going to stick around for about 5 minutes or so just to get a good read. Hopefully, we can get to around 200 votes. It's always good when we get to about 200, 250. That gives us a really good sample size. So hopefully if we can get to 250, that's the benchmark. Let's see if we can get to 250 votes. We're at 98 already. So if we can get to 250, that'll give us a good read as to what people thought about the show. Whilst we're waiting for those votes to pour in and vote. We're at 110. Get your votes in. Let's read some comments. Random Trons says Danielson needed to win. He could have had a feud with MJF. Not like he needed to be losing it immediately. Luke said, remember I said when MJF and Mox were the first people out after, it was obvious to me that Mox and MJF would feud. It gets the best on MJF and will give Moxley the right time off. Called it to a T, says Luke. Primo said, days with Paige, she's had neck issues. Miz, mix that in With the women in AEW, how hard hitting and miscues are common, high risk spots is a real risk factor, right? Yeah, but I would imagine that they will be very clear that you don't do anything around the flipping neck. So when Paige has that match, her first match, my guess is it'll be a tag match. She'll have a partner. They'll do a lot of the work. And when Paige is in, it will categorically be mentioned that you do not do anything around the neck. Nothing to do with the neck. Now, that's difficult. That's going to be hard. But I'm sure Paige will be aware of what moves she can do, what moves she can take. And who knows? I mean, Paige could come in and just be nothing but offense and not actually take any shots. And she could come in, make the hot tag, come in, get some shots off and then tag back out again. So I don't know. Look, there's ways that you can present her and there's ways that you can do it. It's worth doing it. It's worth doing it just so you can advertise it's Paige's first match in however many years. Even if the end result is she's not in the ring for that long and she does nothing but offense rather than taking moves. But she'll know, obviously, what she can do, what she's willing to do. And listen, it's low-hanging fruit. It's right there for Toni to go. And it's guaranteed to get views. Paige's first match. People will want to see that. First match in, I don't know how long. Michael said, would you like Matt Taven and Mike Bennett being added to the WWE tag division? Maria has said that she has had talks with WWE, AEW, and WOW. Mike Bennett has improved. I don't know. I haven't watched him. I mean, I got told he was going to be great when he came in with Maria and they were doing their couple thing. I think that played very well on the indies. But just, I don't know. Maybe Vince didn't quite get it. Certainly the booking was atrocious. But I never saw anything from Mike Bennett that made me care about him. So my answer right now would be no. But if you're saying that he's improved and he's, he would be a good addition to the tag division, then it ain't one that I'm interested in. I can tell you that. Steve said, how do you put the AEW tag titles on FTR now with the Acclaim being so over? I don't know that you do at the moment. I think FTR have got a couple of belts. They got the Ring of Honor ones, haven't they? And they've got the IWGP. So I think they've probably got enough on their plates at the moment. I don't know that they necessarily need the AEW ones, but I know they want them and they should have them eventually. But to be honest, it might be that maybe the Acclaimed have got to drop the belts first to a heel team and then FTR step up to them. I don't think it makes any sense to do Acclaimed FTR at the moment because you will just split the crowd. Because FTR are super popular, Acclaimed are super popular. I mean, you could do it just to see what happens. It'd be a bit Hogan Warrior WrestleMania 6. That it'd be like that, wouldn't it? And people look back on that match fondly. So, I mean, you could do it and just have a beautiful mess and see what happens and split the crowd and have people having to decide. If you did FTR Acclaimed, it's a big match and I think pretty much everyone would be engaged. If you like the kind of silly side of AEW, then, the sesame stuff, I'm sure, is playing well to you. So you'll be with the Acclaimed. If you like the more serious side of wrestling, then maybe you'd be with FTR. I personally like them both. So you could just go for it is an answer. But to be honest, Toni might be tempted to keep them apart. And it seems like FTR are about to go into a feud with the Gun Club. Crazy Cheech, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Mr. Robot said people are going crazy over Paige. Who cares? BMST said FTR are boring. Wow. James Dempsey said there's a big sign-in. That's a big sign-in for the women's division. I thought Ruby Soho was the point of change, but it never really happens. Steve said FTR should hold all the belts at the same time. How long can FTR hold another promotion's belt? You got to book around that. The AEW World Title history in 2022 has Punk Moxley as interim, then Mox Punk won it again, then got suspended, so they gave it back to Moxley. It's a bit messy in 2022. It's a bit messy. Scott said they put all the belts on FTR and they don't do nothing with it. I'm sort of done with AEW at the moment. Ooh. It's all good stuff, though. I mean, look, this is people's honest opinions, and it's very interesting to see where people are with their honest thoughts. It's very interesting. Luke said, just saying days 2 weeks ago, I think Mox should win because this isn't a big enough build-up for Bryan. And you compared the small tournament to his Mania run and said this wasn't big enough. I don't know what you mean, Luke. 2 weeks ago, I think Mox should win because this isn't a big enough build-up for Bryan. And you compared the small tournament to his Mania run and said this wasn't big enough. Yeah. Are you saying that I said weeks ago that Moxley should win this because it's not a big enough build for Danielson? I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I think that Danielson winning is a massive story. And a massive story that they can pull the trigger on at any time. I mean, am I sat here crying about Moxley winning? I'm not, am I? I don't mind that Moxley's won. So I stand by it. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I think there will be people that are upset and disappointed that Danielson didn't get it because I want Danielson to win it. And there's other people that want Danielson to win it. And I think Danielson having an opportunity and falling short is always going to hurt at that moment. Just like when Danielson was having opportunities at the title and was falling short in the build-up to WrestleMania 30. That always hurt as well because, you want Danielson to do it. But the truth is, the bigger picture is that it is better for Danielson to try and fail, but get there eventually than it is him winning at his, well, potentially. It's not his first time of trying, is it? Because he did go up against other champions before, but this is, still one of his first opportunities of trying. And I do agree. There's no story to this. It is just a throwaway tournament. And I do think that the build can be even better for when you finally do put the belt on Danielson. So, yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. But I can understand why people are disappointed because people want Danielson to be champion and people want change as well. We've had the Moxley regime. We've been there and we've done it. So, going back to Moxley now, I can understand why people are like, oh, God, we've already had Moxley. I know what to expect from a Moxley title reign. I don't want to go back to Moxley. I want something different. So, but yeah, I think there's a better way of building it. Vince let Paige's contract run out and opted not to renew it. I thought with the new WWE regime, they would bring her back. Do you think medical just wouldn't clear Paige? Yeah, I think that Triple H might have been interested in getting Paige, but I mean, like, if he went and got Paige, how would he use her? To be honest, I don't know that he got there. I don't know that his thought process got to Paige. I mean, I think he is trying to get people that he can use week in, week out. I think his first thoughts were, I want Carrion, I want EO, I want Johnny Gargano. And apparently he said to Shawn Michaels, get me Johnny. So I think his first thoughts were with people that were like already ready to go, ready that he could bring in, that he could use week in, week out. And that makes sense, doesn't it? Bring in the people that you can really lean on. And so his thoughts were there. And then obviously he's looking at, right, I want to change this for show, that for show. I don't know. I don't know if he ever got round to Paige. Paige might not be at the top of his agenda because she can't wrestle on a regular basis. So he can't use her all that much unless he's going to use her in a GM capacity. And seemingly he's not looking to use her that way. So I don't think that as a result, he really got around to it. This is one that I think will sting, though, because I think she definitely is a valuable asset. I think that she will help this women's division. I will be surprised if we look back on Paige and we're like, yeah, it just didn't work, or it didn't happen, or they didn't use her well. I think that she will bring, some value to that women's division because it's in need of something. That women's division is in need of some star power and a bit of a boost. And, I think that she is, one of the biggest names you could have gone and got for that women's division. Another one would have been AJ Lee. I think AJ Lee would be one of the other big names out there. Obviously, if they could get Sasha, that would be even bigger. Sasha would be even bigger because she's achieved more than Paige achieved. And she's been on the roster a lot more than Paige. Maybe Sasha, I think, has been on the roster since, 2015? That's 7 years. So that's longer than Paige and more recent. And she's a bigger star. And she's in The Mandalorian. So undeniable that Sasha would have been a bigger deal. But Paige is still a very good get. It's still a very good get. And I do think that one might have Triple H thinking, damn, I could have got her. She could have been the leader of Damage Control. You could have had Paige as the leader of Damage Control and had 3 girls with Paige as the leader. Bayley didn't need Damage Control. Bayley could always have come back as just a heel out on her own. She didn't need to be in Damage Control, and I could have gone and got Paige, and I could have had 3 girls from NXT with Paige. Paige was the leader of Absolution, which was Sonya Deville and Mandy Rose. So, those 3 were Absolution. So, yeah. Who knows? Maybe he's there's not much I could have done with Paige, so, that's one that gets away. Some, que sera, maybe. Be really interested to know how he feels about it. I wish he would tweet about it. I think he's probably quite pleased for her. I think he's probably a bit annoyed that AEW have gone and got a good star, and I think he's probably pleased for her at the same time. But did you hear Connor Floyd is very likely for 2023, says Luke. I did, but I heard that Connor sent a tweet out saying #not interested. But listen, money talks, so I'm sure his head could be turned. David said AJ Lee is a producer on Maria Bennett's women's wrestling promotion show. MJF is good, but his whole thing has been to say things that aren't supposed to be said. And now all of a sudden he wants to be a company guy. It definitely ruins it a little bit. Well, I think actually he's been paid is what he said. He's a guy that cares about money. So, yeah, all right. He's said a lot of stuff that shouldn't be said, but he's only not saying that stuff now because Tony Khan has given him a big bump in money, or so they claim. So I can get on board with that. I can get on board with MJF being motivated by money. Michael said, Jon Moxley deserved this win. He is supposed to be on vacation. He didn't complain when CM Punk beat him. This is the best run of his career. Thoughts? Well, my honest thoughts are that I whenever Danielson is in a title match, I will want Danielson to win. Because I, like many people, want Danielson to be AEW World Champion. I want to see him achieve. It'd be such a shame if his career comes to an end, and we never know when that's going to be. Because let's not forget, Danielson was out of action for a long time with injury that we didn't even know he would come back from. And he does come back, and I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know how long he's got left anyway, and I also don't know, and he doesn't know, when, that match might happen where that's it. So there is a time ticking, I think, on Danielson. And I also am a fan of his. And anytime he is in a title match, I will want him to win. But as Luke pointed out earlier, there's a better way to go about it. And, you can make a bigger story out of it. This was last minute, wasn't it? This wasn't meant to happen. This was a tournament over the space of a couple of weeks with a final being at Arthur Ashe. And there's definitely a feud that could be, and a story that could be told for when Danielson actually does reach the mountaintop. So, yeah, watching the match, I would have liked it to have been Danielson, but I agree there's a better way to do it. And that you being forced to wait is only going to make it sweeter further down the road. So, it's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine with Moxley getting it tonight. For me, this was a good show. I mean, I thought there was talking points. It had a nice pace to it. The match I wasn't excited about was Pac and Orange Cassidy, and I have to say I think that turned out to be the worst match of the night. The Paige moment is massive. The couple of shock title wins, I mean, certainly Jericho winning, didn't expect. Acclaimed finally did it, and that was great. I mean, I think this is a decent show. I really, really do. And we said that we were hoping to get to about 250 votes. We've actually managed to get to 355 votes. And I can tell you that it is 8 to 875. That gets 35%. So that is in the lead. We will keep the poll going and we'll come back to it. But that, I think, is probably what's going to win. So second was 9 to 10. I don't think this is a 9 to 10 show personally. I think that the score gets brought down by Pac Orange Cassidy. I didn't think the women's match was all that great. And I mean, like, you've got Athena landing on top of Britt Baker, busting her nose open, which is a good visual in all fairness. But yeah, there was parts of that women's match. You know, there was some good bits. Serena Deeb did a great job. And Britt Baker looked great. But yeah, I didn't think that was like the highest of standard. I thought the first match was all right, didn't blow my mind. Acclaimed match wasn't as great as their all-out match. So it's just those little things that for me do definitely bring the score down. I thought Wheeler Yuta's line as well to MJF was a little bit, like he tried. He didn't knock it out the park. He gave it a go. I thought that could have been a bit sharper. So there's definitely things that I think, you know, could have been better. But it was a good card. There was surprises. The Paige thing is massive. I'm definitely in the 8s. I don't know. For me, this is either an 8 or an 8.25. That's where I would be. I really enjoyed it for a Wednesday night. Just a normal Wednesday night. Right? I know it's not normal. It's Grand Slam, but this isn't a pay-per-view. You haven't had to pay any extra for this. This is just on TV as normal. This is just Dynamite. This is the most jazzed up Dynamite of the year. It was really, really, really good. It was really, really good. And that Paige thing, that I always look for an OMG moment to get into the 8s. I always think if I'm going in the 8s, I need something that really made me go, oh my God. And that Paige moment absolutely did that. So yeah, I'm 8 or 8.25 for me. But at the moment, it is 8 to 8.75 in the lead with 34%. 9 to 10 is high with 31%. 7 to 7.5, 20%. 6.75 or below, 16%. Jaden said, I think the plans were MJF Punk tonight, but plans had to change because of the suspension. Philip said, what a time to watch wrestling between AEW and WWE. You just never know who's going to be showing up. Mihal said WCW lost to WWE doing the things Toni is doing by signing ex-WWE people. Yeah, but that's not why they lost. They didn't lose for that reason. They lost because some of the booking in the main events in particular were not strong enough, and the stories they were telling were not strong enough. You know, you had like NWO got really bloated. And then you had like Finger Poke of Doom, and you had like, you know, Hogan and Warrior, and the trying to light the flash paper, and like that was cringe. And there's just, you know, a whole plethora of things that they did, and they were trying to do stuff to get people talking and shock and all that kind of stuff. And the booking just wasn't strong enough. It's as simple as that. The booking for a WCW wasn't like strong enough. But in all fairness, their numbers were declining. But they were still strong even when they wrapped up. What ended up killing WCW was the merger of the networks. The networks merged, and this new network was then like, we don't want it. We don't want wrestling. And that was it. That was it. Their numbers were, you know, declining, but they were still doing all right. They were still holding their own. But it was the fact that, like, Ted Turner was the one that wanted wrestling. Ted Turner wanted wrestling. And then as soon as this new merger happened and Ted Turner wasn't in control, the new owners didn't want wrestling. And that was it. Gone. Cut. Thanks a lot for coming. But the numbers were in decline, and they had already lost the war, if you will. Well, I can't say they'd lost the war, but they were certainly losing the war because I think the booking at the top wasn't good enough. And I think there was just like a catalogue of, mistakes. But there was stuff they were doing. I mean, don't forget, Goldberg's stuff was quite near the end. Goldberg's run at the end is obviously, successful. And, they're still doing some decent stuff towards the end. But like Russo comes in and blah, 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 blah. So it's you hear this a lot where like people say WCW died because they brought in ex-WWE guys. It's just not true. That's not true. That's not why they died. In fact, you can point at them bringing in ex-WWE guys as the reason why they even got anywhere. Because it was the whole invasion of the Outsiders and Hogan turning heel and the formation of the NWO. That is what got WCW up and running. So if you don't have Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan, if you don't have those three from WWE in particular, I don't even know that WCW is in a war. I don't even know that there is a Monday Night War. I don't think we get to where we got. So I would counter argue by saying that actually ex-WWE guys massively helped WCW. There's no denying that they brought in a load of people from WWE they didn't need to, and it started losing its impact. No denying that. But I wouldn't go as far as to say that's why they lost. That's why they went out of business. So I wouldn't go that far. Just like now, I mean, like Paige is a great get for AEW. I don't think you can look at that and go, oh God, another ex-WWE person. I've never understood that argument because if you're Tony Khan and you want to bring in the best, right? And you want to bring in people that have got name recognition and you want to bring in people that is going to actually have an impact. Like you could go and get Warhorse or whatever, or you could go and get someone from the indies, but bringing them in is not going to have any impact. Bringing in like the indie people ain't going to do much. I mean, yeah, all right. Luigi Primo, who went viral, he got a nice pop, but that's only going to be short term. Hence why they've not signed him. They know that it's just a flash in the pan. They know that it's hot today and cold tomorrow type thing. But someone like Paige, who's got good name recognition, people know who she is, she's credible, people like her. That's good. And that's a good boost to the women's division as well. I mean, I just don't see the issue with the Paige thing at all. Don't see the issue with it. I think that's a good pickup. I think even people that don't like AEW will admit that one was a good pickup. Now, whether it works long term or not, we'll have to wait and see. Elizabeth said, do you think Sasha Banks is on her way to AEW? I think no. I think no as well. I think no as well. I think that if Sasha was going to go there, she probably would have gone by now. I think if it'd be interesting to know if Vince had stayed in charge, what could have happened. But Vince stepping down was huge. And Vince stepping down and Triple H taking over, I think definitely has made things easier for a Sasha and a Naomi return. And there's big reports that they are still on the internal roster, actually, at WWE. So, I mean, look, as far as we know, they're suspended. As far as we know, they're still suspended. And it's really going to come down to, according to Triple H, what Sasha wants to do. Sasha's got other passions, so she could go to explore those. And I've got to think these other passions are probably like The Mandalorian. And acting. So she could go off and do that. Or, she is passionate about wrestling. She could stay with WWE. I think with Vince not being around. And also if Triple H says, look, we're going to do more with the women's tag belts and we're going to improve backstage communication. Like I run the show now and, I've never, led you astray before. I treated you well in NXT. I've always, treated you well. I see you as a massive star. Like, the options there for you to come back. I think, I don't see her going to AEW. That is a step down in exposure. I don't know if it would be a step down in pay. It might not be. It might be, though. But it is definitely a step down in exposure. And I think she is all about the limelight. She wants the biggest light on her possible. I don't think she's interested in helping a company grow. She's not interested in helping AEW get from 1 million viewers to 1.5. That's of no interest to Sasha. She is interested in where's the biggest spotlight and am I in it? That's Sasha. Austin, shout out to you, my friend. Austin Brookhauser, shout out to you. Jim said, back in the 80s, early 90s, a lot of wrestlers would go between the NWA, the AWA, and WWF all the time. Crazy Sheet said, I get a little more involved when I'm not as busy. I'm dying down here this time of year. Philip said, do you think Tony Khan can improve Rampage and its ratings, or do you think no matter what, ratings will remain the same? I think that they can improve the ratings. Whether they can get those ratings to anything close to Dynamite, I don't know. But I think they can definitely pick them up from where they are. I think where they are right now is near the bottom end of what they are. I think only the real hardcore AEW fans. I think there are AEW fans that aren't watching Rampage. So I think only real, like, the hardcore AEW fans that just want to watch everything. Because I think we're at nearly 400,000 now. I'm sure I saw a number the other day be about 400,000. That's low. That is low. I feel like they should be around 600,000. So I think they can, with not a great deal of work, get it up to around that kind of mark. But can it get to 1 million? Oh, I don't know. I feel like you're going to need title matches. You're going to need big names. You're going to need to carry stories on. It needs to be live. So, I mean, look, there's things that he can do and there's things that he can change about it. And it looks like he is doing that as well. So we'll find out, won't we? But yeah, I expect the ratings to go up from where we are, of course. Brenton said 8 out of 10. Orange Cassidy match. But no FTR match. Come on. Soraya, Acclaimed, MJF, good main event. It was solid overall. I agree. I mean, look, you can definitely pick apart some of these matches, which is kind of what I've done in a way, and that's why I'm not giving it, higher than an 8 or an 8.25. But because I do think that some of the matches had some sloppy moments during them. I didn't even think that main event was as great as I was expecting, if I'm being completely honest. I don't think that that Danielson Moxley match was quite the standard. I mean, like, I don't think that's a 5-star match. I don't think that's a 5-star match main event at all. I don't even think it's 4.5. I mean, I don't know, actually. My honest feeling is it's about a 3.75. Is my honest feeling. So, there's definitely the matches definitely could have been a bit more dramatic. Crowd were really good. I agree. I think this is a really, really solid show. And with the Paige thing, it takes it up to about that 8 range. I agree. They did well. And as I said, considering it's free, beautiful. It's a bit like In Your House, isn't it? 2-hour pay-per-view is what I feel I've had tonight. I feel like I've had a 2-hour pay-per-view, which reminds me a lot of In Your House. Primo said, it makes a lot of sense why WWE wouldn't want AEW to be under the same umbrella. Who would want to see a rival making big moves and potentially losing big names down the line? I agree. We are going to look to wrap this up, by the way. I know we've gone way longer than expected, but obviously there's a lot to talk about. Philip said, do you think SmackDown will get an extra boost because of the White Rabbit teases? No. I don't think that there are... Well, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I don't think there's any more people out there that are going to tune in than 2.3 million. And we've been at 2.3 million. I don't know where we were last week. I think that this White Rabbit stuff is playing very well on social media and it's playing very well with internet wrestling fans. And I think, it will have gone around even to those maybe not on social media that have chatted to their friends and heard about it. But I don't know that casuals are going to tune in to see what this White Rabbit stuff is all about. No, I don't think it's going to massively impact the ratings, to be honest. I think that it really depends where SmackDown is at the moment, and this is where I struggle with ratings because I don't know what it's up against. So I could see SmackDown doing 2-point-something million, right? Not 2.5 or anything like that. 2.1, 2.2, around about that mark. 2 million, 2.1, 2.2. Now, if last week you're going to tell me that it was 1.7, then I will say yes. We will see it go above that. But like if last week it was 2.1, then I don't think there's much movement, to be honest. I don't think there's much more leeway to go. I don't think that we're going to see the ratings go much higher. I think what I'm saying is 2.2 is the ceiling for SmackDown. That is everyone watching that's probably going to watch is about 2.2 to 2.3. And this White Rabbit stuff is not going to move it above the 2.2 to 2.3. But if this week, because of football, it was going to be 1.8, 1.9, then I would say, yeah, there's a good chance people will tune in and get it to 2 or 2.1 or something along those kind of lines. Because wrestling fans will not want to miss SmackDown. But I just don't know that it's going to result in like loads of extra people tuning in. I hope that makes sense. I think my point is maxed out, they're at 2.2, 2.3. Have Bryan turn heel at the next pay-per-view, said Brenton. Screw Mox out of the belt. MJF wins. Mox gets a vacation. Heel Danielson. Mox comes back in 4 months. Everyone is happy. Who do you think's behind the White Rabbit stuff? I don't have a name. I genuinely don't have a name. I think that Bray is being heavily teased. But I also think you can find clues to other people. I think that you could make an argument that it's Alexa. I think you could make an argument that it's... someone even said this could be the new gimmick for Elias. You can make arguments for Bray. You can definitely find things in there for Finn Balor. You can find things in there for Karrion Kross. So I think right now, if you used to ask people, and we did do a quick poll, the majority, just over 50% of the poll we did, said it was Bray. So people are definitely leaning that way. But I have not got a good read as to who I think it is. I am just keeping an open mind at this stage. We've been down the Bray road so many times. I think that is what stops me from saying it's Bray. It's because we've been down that path so many times, and I've heard that it's Bray so many times since he left. So many little teases. As we said earlier, someone thought they found a mask on the Hell in a Cell poster. And so then everyone, well, I keep saying everyone, not everyone, but a lot of Bray fans then thought that meant he was going to be at Hell in a Cell. And whenever he changes his bio, whenever he tweets out a cryptic tweet, whenever there's reports that come out, there's so many times we've been down this road. The Edge vignettes was a big one. We've been down this road quite a few times. So I think there's every chance WWE is doing this for a new Alexa gimmick, or doing this for someone to join Karrion Kross, or doing this for a call-up from NXT, or doing this for someone that's not Bray, and they are making it very Bray-esque to get people talking. I think there's as much a chance that is what's happening as there is that it's actually Bray, because the WWE aren't stupid. They're not. They know, they can see what trends the same that you can see what trends. They are fully aware that people love these cryptic things. Fully aware that people enjoy trying to decode this stuff. And if you can just put a few things in there that may be linked to Bray, be it the font, or a red circle in the corner. These are not, these kind of things in no way guarantee that this is Bray. In no way guarantee this is Bray. They're nice little connections. They're nice links. They're nothing more than that. And, if you're WWE, would you chuck a few of those things in? Get people talking, get people trending, get people watching SmackDown? Yep. So, this is why I'm saying I'm not getting carried away with it. And this is why, if people are going to be so adamant that it's Bray, I do think that you are just setting yourself up for potentially being disappointed. I'm not going to say you are going to be disappointed because guess what? It could be Bray. It could be Bray. There is a very good chance that this is Bray. So I'm certainly not sitting here saying 100% it isn't. I'm not saying that. I am absolutely not saying that. But equally, I'm not sitting here saying 100% it is. So it's good. There's links to a few different people. And as a result of that, it keeps people speculating, talking, guessing. It's really, really good. Maybe that was the mistake with the Edge vignettes, was that it didn't link to other people as much. I think there was a few things in there that you could make connected to Bray, but I think they did. I think they're doing a much better job this time of kind of muddying the waters a little bit. Because, as I said, there's some links definitely to other people, but there's some very strong links to Bray as well. I completely see that and completely agree. So, yeah, my answer is I don't have an answer. My answer is that it links to a few people, and at this stage, we're going to have to wait and see. But I think 23 minutes past 9 on Friday is going to be fascinating, and I think a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye on that. So, but I don't expect that rating to be any bigger than a 2.2 or 2.3 at most. So it just depends on what football's on and, what the rating was going to be. Let's end this poll then, shall we? Let's end this poll and see where we are. So 9 to 10 ended up winning with 33%. 8 to 8.75, just behind with 32%. Very close. That gap was closing when we looked last time, actually. 7 to 7, 7.5, 18%, and 6, 7.5 or below, 15%. So there we go. Bray did have a white bunny in his little fun house, says Justin. He did, yes. But this thing is based on Alice in Wonderland, and there's a white bunny in that as well. This is part of the problem, you see, is that this thing is seemingly based on Alice in Wonderland, and Bray has used things from Alice in Wonderland in the funhouse, and so those connections can easily be found. Equally, other people have used Alice in Wonderland as inspiration. So you can connect it to other people. There was people in our chat saying Paul London, because Paul London was in Lucha Underground and had a faction called the Rabbit Tribe and speaks about following the White Rabbit and talks about Alice in Wonderland being like his inspiration. And he even uses TikTok. So, I mean, you can link it to Paul London. Because, again, Bray was inspired by Alice in Wonderland. There's definitely Alice in Wonderland references in the Funhouse. Most notably, of course, when he dressed as the Mad Hatter and Alexa dressed, I think, as Alice. And, because of that, you can have a few connections. Justin said Paul London was the leader of the Rabbit Tribe. Yeah, if you've not seen that video, by the way, check it out, right? I'm not saying it is Paul London at all, but it is interesting. It's just interesting. I don't think it's Paul London. But it is interesting. If you Google Rabbit Tribe, Lucha Underground, there should be a video that just kind of tells you a little bit about them. It's not very long, just a little vignette they did to introduce themselves. And, there's loads of connections to what's happening in that. So, it's worth just checking it out. I did tweet it out as well on the Wrestling Days Twitter account. Yasif said, Triple H should be signing people we don't expect. Paul London is my guess. Who's Paul London? He used to be in WWE. He was in WWE around the mid-2000s, and he was a tag team champion with the Brian Kendrick. And he had a little run in WWE. He ends up going and then competes for a few different promotions. And as we said, most notably found his way to Lucha Underground around 2016 and was in this group called the Rabbit Tribe. He's in his early 40s right now. If they were to bring him in, it would be really random. I mean, I don't think it's Paul London because it just feels a bit too random. It feels a bit too random. I don't even know that he is an active wrestler anymore. He's not doing the Rabbit Tribe anymore. So it's a gimmick that he had that, is about Alice in Wonderland. It's about White Rabbit. It's all I will say is it's an interesting watch. Yeah, because you can watch it and go, oh, okay, that's cool. That's coincidental. But I don't think it's him. That would be so random. That'd be one of the most random things they could do, is after all this time, bring back Paul London. I mean, maybe Triple H has got like a really close relationship with him or something. I don't know. I don't think it's him. I really don't think it's him. But this is the point. You can actually make connections to a few different people. Which is why I'm keeping my mind open. Philip said, whoever it is, when do you think they should pull the trigger before the reveal? I don't know who it is, and I don't know how many clues they've got. I mean, I think you definitely tease it to at least Extreme Rules. The only problem is that Extreme Rules is not the biggest of shows. So I don't know. I mean, like, Triple H is going to want all of his pay-per-views to feel like you can't miss them. And this one's not in a stadium. I mean, look, if you bring Bray back at an arena, that's going to be disappointing, isn't it? Bray, if he comes back, it should be a stadium. If he comes back, it needs to be like 40, 50, 60, 70,000 people, because that'll be such a big reaction. And, 15,000, 20,000 most. It's just not really the same, is it? But we've seen many moments like that happen in arenas. Many, many moments. So it certainly wouldn't be, unprecedented. So we'll have to wait and see. I think for me, it feels like Extreme Rules is the most likely landing spot for this. But it could carry on to Crown Jewel. We have already started promoting Crown Jewel. We've already got Roman and Logan locked in for Crown Jewel. So they might have started these teases for Crown Jewel. And Crown Jewel, I don't know if it is a stadium show. But Crown Jewel is equally as likely, I would say. Dare I say more likely? Because if it's a stadium show, it might be even more likely. And they might use Extreme Rules to just, plant another clue. To be honest, make sure that they're really building it up. This could have quite a build. So, yeah, I'm gonna say Crown Jewel. I'm gonna say Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel is when we get the reveal. Jaden said Survivor Series maybe. When is that? November? Maybe. I think that's an arena though. I don't think that's a stadium. Yassif said, if it is Bray, who do you think he targets first? Well, those clues. I mean, there seems to be something around Alexa. So I said earlier, like, it could be Alexa. The reason it could be Alexa is because the lights flickered during her match. She said to Bayley about being 10 feet tall. You walk around like you're 10 feet tall. And that is like a line from the White Rabbit song. Go see Alice. She's 10 feet tall. The lights flickered during her match, and then this is a loose one, I will admit, but she was selling quite a lot her left leg during the match, really making like a big deal out of it. And if you look at the Hangman game, it's the left leg that's missing in the Hangman game. So that's a loose one, I admit, but there's definitely a couple of things that connect. I would say one of the biggest thing that connects Alexa is the fact that this is all based on Alice in Wonderland. Like, it doesn't need... This could be based on anything. It could be based on anything. It could be based on nothing. But it's based on Alice in Wonderland, which is synonymous, connected with Disney. And she is just such a massive Disney fan that I think that's another connection to Alexa Bliss. And everyone keeps showing Bray dressed as the Mad Hatter, but no one shows Alexa dressed as Alice. I've not seen that picture being shared as much. So, but I keep getting sent, like, Bray in the Mad Hatter's hat. So, again, could you argue that's another connection to Alexa? So there's definitely things there. And then I only found out the other day, Carrion calls himself the People's Executioner. Apparently that's a name he's got for himself, which I've never heard. Maybe he had it on the indie scene or something, but he is like the People's Executioner. And the game that was being played was Hangman. So people are like, that's another link to Carrion, which is really interesting. So, yeah, it's hard to map this out and say who the first victim's going to be when we don't even know who this is. Until we know who this is, it's hard to say who they're going to be going after. So it's good, though. It's interesting. I can definitely see some on the channel tomorrow based around White Rabbit. Definitely. Jaden said if it is Bray, it could be a message to Alexa to say, come back home. Alice isn't strictly Disney. No, she's not strictly Disney, but she is synonymous with Disney. Like she is, when I think of Alice in Wonderland, I think of the Disney movies. But originally it's based on a book, isn't it? Jericho is going to be the first victim, said Austin. It's not going to be Bray. It will be the Fiend character, said Justin. The right leg was missing. It was their left leg. It's the right leg as you look at it, but it's their left leg. It's the same one she was selling. John said maybe they could book Raw for Halloween night and then put it in a bigger venue than usual. Bearded Bronco said after Crown Jewel, Royal Rumble is the next stadium show. I don't think they're doing this to Rumble. I don't think we're going to go that long. I mean, that would be a hell of a build. That would be a hell of a build if we go all the way to the Rumble. So I don't think we're doing that. So I've got to think it's got to pay off before, which is why I'm thinking Crown Jewel could be a landing spot. Could be a landing spot. They'll want people tuning into Crown Jewel. They'll want Crown Jewel to be a big deal and be seen as a big deal. And, a tease would definitely do that. But saying that, I mean, look, they're going to want people tuning into Extreme Rules, and this could pay off at Extreme Rules. We've still got a good couple of weeks until Extreme Rules. I think Extreme Rules is like the 8th of October. So, could be Extreme Rules. I'm excited for the reveal, said Austin. How can people like modern day Disney? It's weird, says Unbroken. Jaden said, the first victim will be, I've got a feeling, Riddle. Austin said, Lion King is the best Walt Disney movie. Do you know what? I'm going to admit that I tried last night to watch Alice in Wonderland. I'm admitting that right now. I was actually doing some work, and I thought, I could have some on whilst I'm doing something. And I was like, do you know what? I've never seen Alice in Wonderland. And there might be some stuff in there that I really need to know. So I went on Disney Plus and I put it on. The animated one from the 60s, whatever. Oh my God, it's rubbish. It's so flipping rubbish. I didn't even make it half an hour. It's proper trippy. I mean, if you're off your head, I'm sure it's fantastic. If you're off your head, it's amazing. But she goes down this hole and it's just, I don't know. It's just, there didn't seem to be much of a story to it. She was just following this rabbit and that was it. And then she's crying and she's big and then she almost drowns in her own tears. As a kid's animated film, it's just bizarre. It's mental. Absolutely mental. It's like Fantasia. I remember Fantasia. I remember as a kid watching Fantasia going, what the flip is this? Dancing brooms and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, what is going on? You know me, guys. If it's not realistic, I just can't cope. I just can't cope with it. I can't make sense of it. So this is why I don't watch Marvel films. As a young me, I was getting my head twisted by Fantasia. Days, Guide to Alice in Wonderland, your first step is definitely get off your face. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know. I thought it was like a Cinderella or a Sleeping Beauty or something that's got a story to it. And you can follow the story. And in all fairness, this is a story. But the only story I saw out of watching half an hour of it is she follows a rabbit down this hole. And that's it. She's just in this other world and just constantly being surprised by different things in this other world. That's it. It's not like a story like Aladdin. Aladdin rocks. If you want to talk about top tier I mean, let's get serious. If we want to talk about top tier Disney films, we're talking Lion King, we're talking Aladdin. Yeah, come on. Don't, come on. I know there's Disney haters out there, and I totally understand. But Aladdin's cool. Yeah, I won't have anything said against Aladdin. And the Mega Drive Genesis game, beautiful. I think it's up to where if it's not Bray, it will be a major letdown. Listen, Philip, that's on people. That's not on WWE. That's on people. This, as I said, to me, hints to a few different people. And I think if people are if people are just going to be it's Bray and they're not going to be open to alternatives, then yep, those people are going to get their hopes up, and those people could get disappointed. Just like I'm sure those people were disappointed when it turned out that it was Edge and that was it from those vignettes. That's on people, though. That's not on WWE. The Hangman in the Rabbit tease has got 3 limbs. Do you think losing a limb could be Brody? Question mark. Maybe. Could be. Might not be. Could be. I had the Aladdin game on the Mega Drive. Sick in it. Sick. Love that kind of and chocolate chip. Oh, Sonny enjoying some chocolate fudge. I have heard that about Sonny. Toy Story was my favorite movie. I class that as Pixar, but I get where you're coming from. Toy Story would absolutely be. If we're including all of those, absolutely. And Cool Runnings. Got to mention that. But if we're just talking animated, all the old animated films can do one because they all suck. Snow White sucks. Sleeping Beauty sucks. Bambi sucks. Come on, guys. Let's lay into these films. Let's lay into them. Yeah. I feel like getting a list up and just going, yeah, that sucks. I've never seen Little Mermaid, but I don't think it's for me. So that sucks. Beauty and the Beast sucks. We had that one. Snow White, that sucks. I can't think of any others. Robin Hood, I've never seen it, but it might be good, actually. Robin Hood's a cool story, based in England. That might be all right. I haven't seen it, but that might get a pass. Lion King's cool. Aladdin's cool. Aladdin for life, baby. Jungle Book with The Rock was... Nah, sucks. Jungle Book. Jungle Book. The animated Jungle Book, I've never seen. But I could believe that being fun. Snow White sucks. Yeah. Pause at Bambi sucks. My dad's name is Aladdin. Is it? That's cool. That's very cool. Hakuna Matata, what a wonderful phrase. You know, what an amazing stream this has turned into. We've gone from AEW into White Rabbit into Disney now. Yeah. A lot of people showing love for Jungle Book, which is interesting. Jaden said, Bray fans need to stop thinking every vignette is Bray. They just can't help themselves. Well, I mean, look, I don't blame them in the sense that they are so desperate for him to return that, you know, they just, it's Bray. You know, it's got to be, please. They're saying it in hope, you know, just like, please, it's Bray. It's going to be Bray. Please be Bray. And, you know, those kind of people, I don't know, maybe they're going to be disappointed if it's not, aren't they? That's it. I mean, if it is, brilliant, and they'll be over the moon, and I'll be pleased for them. But I told the story earlier of a tweet I saw, which made me smile, and I almost responded to, where there was a fan like that, and that's like, it's Bray. And he was like, I think it was a he. He was like, oh man, I think he said these MFers never believe it's Bray. God, these MFers never believe it's Bray. And I almost responded by saying it never has been. It never has been. So those MFers have been right up until this point right now. Those MFers have been absolutely 100% bang on because it never has been up until this point. But I do concede there's a lot that connects this to Bray. A lot. So it could be. The leg. Oh, look what's happening now. Oh, God. Look what's happening now. Everyone's going Old Yeller. B movie as Elite. Lego movie. Oh, jeez. Scarface is better than Snow White. I mean, that's facts, in all fairness. Erase your mind. That is facts. Scarface beats Snow White. It's misspelt and pronounced a little different. It's not spelt the same and it's pronounced different. What is your dad's name? Mike. Is that your dad's name? Your dad's name's actually Mike, but we call him Aladdin. Comment, guys, said I love Bray. I am a bit tired of seeing Bray fans cry and complain when he doesn't show at the end of every pay-per-view. I get it. No shade on those fans from me because I get it. I understand that they so desperately want him to return. And I think, like, if you surround yourself with people saying it's got to be Bray, it's got to be Bray, it is Bray, it's got to be Bray, I think then, you know, you can very easily find yourself just in a situation where you're just, well, it is. I mean, it just is. Do you know what I mean? This is it. I mean, it becomes like a form of propaganda in a way where you're kind of trapped in a bit of an echo chamber and you're just hearing everyone telling you and confirming and reaffirming that it is. It just is. It's got to be. It is. And so then, like, you kind of like you fall into that trap a little bit. But all I can tell you is that I'm quite open as to that it could be a few different people, and Bray is one of those. So we will see what Friday brings. We are expecting another clue on Friday, and we will see what Friday brings. And I'm looking forward to it. 9:23 on SmackDown. Everyone's going to be there, like eyes wide open, like scanning the background and everything. It's going to be good, man. It's going to be fun. We'll obviously be doing the watch along for that. So join us on Friday for that watch along. Right, we have gone just a little bit over. I was going to stick around for about 5 minutes or so. That has actually turned into an hour. So we have just gone a whisper over. But I don't know, it's good. I enjoy chatting with you guys and just, you know, chucking stuff around and, you know, getting people's thoughts and whatnot. I think the big takeaway is that Disney sucks. That's the big takeaway. I think that's what we've all learned, is that Disney sucks and there's only a handful of movies that are actually any good. And at the top of that pile, for me, is maybe Aladdin, maybe Lion King. That's the big takeaway tonight. And also, Paige is all elite. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a great evening wherever you are. And hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.